Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Lovely Monday morning, or very, very foggy this morning, but I think it's going to be a great day. Looking forward to it. And talking of great days, we have got a lovely day for you today on Sewing Street. We've got the lovely Adam Brooks in the house. He's already here, I've seen him, with two new dressmaking patterns, and this is one of them. Do you like my dress? It has the best bit about this dress, well, because I love a pocket. It's got pockets, but it's got two in the front. Isn't that lovely? Look, so you've got two in the front. Love this. Beautiful panel down the front. I think it's quite slimming because you've got that area down there, and then you've got the plain on the sides. So this one is coming up in a little bit, and then another dressmaking pattern at 11. So we've got a jam-packed day for you, as well as an early bird. Oh, now I haven't seen us do this fabric as an early bird before. I'm showing the fabric on air. We had this fabric on air when we did the Jubilee show last week. Absolutely flew out, and we have now got 3 colours on for the early bird. Beautiful cotton canvas fabric. Oh, one of the, sorry, Okay, there we go. Okay. Right. Okay. No, that's the wrong one. One moment. There, I've got the right one now. Okay, I'm back. So we have got a pack of 3 half meters of canvas for you. Now this is 100% cotton canvas and it's extra wide, 150 centimeters wide. Let me show you. It's all 100% cotton. Now it's lovely for bag making. Look at the width of it. Lovely for bag making, really good for homewares, brilliant for dressmaking for sort of heavier weight like pinafores and skirts. But really nice, but it's not super stiff. If I show you like that, you can sort of see the drape of it a bit better. It's not super stiff, so it's really nice for bags, or even, you know, when you put canvas around the bottom section of a bag, it's really nice for that. But isn't it gorgeous? And it sews and presses beautifully because it's got that drape to it. Now, in the bundle, you get 3 colours. So you get charcoal, you get a 1/2 metre of khaki. Let me show you that one. Always looks better when you hold it up like that. 1/2 metre of khaki. Remember, it's extra wide, 150 centimetres. That's 60 inches. And 1/2 metre of blue. Oh, it's teal. It's teal. Well, it looks like, I would say it's more like of a Air Force blue. That's the sort of colour. 1/2 metre of each. So it is beautiful to sew with. If you've used our cotton canvas before, you'll know how lovely it is, because it is weighty enough for bag making without being really super stiff. So it sews nicely, it presses nicely. So in this bundle, you are going to get 3 half meters for £11.97 normally. But remember, it's early bird. So let's see, can we get it for under £10? Yes, £9.97. So for 1.5 meters, so 3 half meters, brilliant for garden, you know, if you're doing cushions for the garden furniture, lovely for that, because you've got, well, for 1/2 meter, you've either got a cushion front and back, or if you use your own fabric, you've got 2 cushion fronts. In fact, you could get, because of the width of this, you could get 3 across there, couldn't you? Really lovely. Bit of embroidery on them. I went round to a friend's for tea on Saturday, and in the garden she had all these cushions, vintage ones that she bought from charity shops, that were all beautifully embroidered onto this sort of canvas with all wildflowers. They were amazing. So wouldn't they be nice for garden cushions? Nice for things that you're going to use in the garden, like tool bags and kneelers. Really good for those little cotton canvas bags you want to make. You are getting a lot. Because you're getting because it's the 60-inch, 150 centimetre width, that's a lot of fabric. And it is 100% cotton. So you've got the charcoal and the grey, but it isn't super stiff. You know, when you think of like camping chairs and that sort of canvas, it's not that stiff canvas. It's got a nice drape to it. And you could easily use this. Obviously, in this bundle, 1/2 meter wouldn't be enough for a skirt, but it's that sort of quality. It would be lovely to use for like A-line skirts, pinafores, structured trousers. Really, it's not this really stiff canvas. And we have got some other colours that are coming up in a minute that we're selling by the 1/2 meter. So if you do want more of the canvas, because you want to use it for, you're going to make a whole set of recover your garden furniture, for example, or you do want to do some dressmaking, we have got more colours. But for the moment, the early bird, £9.97 for the 3 colours, 1/2 meter of charcoal, 1/2 meter of khaki, and 1/2 meter, well, they call it teal, but I would say it's more of like an Air Force blue. It's a really beautiful clear blue. So 3 half meters cotton canvas. Third of the stock is gone. Third of the stock is gone. Now this should be £11.97, but it's £9.97. That's £2 off as your special early bird price. Now that price will go back up again at midnight if it doesn't all sell out before that. It will go up because that's what the normal price of it is, but that's your special early bird deal. Cotton canvas fabric bundle, 1.5 meters. Half of the stock is gone. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And it is really lovely. Oh, a question. Would the canvas be okay to make a bag with? Yes, of course it would, Chris. It would be lovely. I mean, I would make a tote bag. Or you can make, if you're making a large, like overnight bag, weekend bag. What it's nice for as well is sometimes you see bags that have a base that they put canvas, or you just have a band, you know, maybe like a 5-6 inch band that goes around the bottom of a bag. That would be lovely, but it's perfect because it's sort of flexible enough. If I give it a little shake for you, it's flexible enough for bag making as well, but it is structured. But it would be lovely for like a hold all. It's gorgeous. I mean, it is an amazing price. I always, you know, when you think this is heavier weight than your quilting cotton, it is 100% cotton. It's beautiful, so it's fully washable. If you're going to use it for something, I would say obviously do pre-wash before you start, because it is cotton, and you know cotton can shrink. Make sure the colours don't run. But I think definitely for bag making. So we sell this at the full price at £3.99 for half a metre, which is amazing. So by bundling it out, because it's the early bird, we've given you more of a discount, but even on its own, it's incredibly good value for money, and we've got a lovely choice of colours for you, which I will show you in a moment. Please keep checking out on that. Over half of the stock has gone. £9.97, that's a £2 discount this morning. Less than 20 of these gorgeous bundles left. Do you know you could mix and match them as well? The blue and the green look very nice together. Actually, so do the green and the grey. But you know, if you were thinking about making a bag and you wanted to have 2 colours in it, or you were going to make some garden cushions and you wanted to do some in charcoal and some in the green, but the 3 colours actually look very classy together, don't they? They look very National Trust classy. Anyway, do check out on those because we've got less than 20 left. Right, coming up today on Sewing Street is now 8 o'clock. We've got the velvet fabric back in stock. I don't know if you remember, first day of the birthday show, actually, I did a show using the velvet fabric and it absolutely flew out. We had so many people saying, please can we have the velvet fabric back in? I made lots of different samples with it and you absolutely loved it. It flew out. Anyway, we've got it all back in stock, and what's more, it's available on pre-order. So please do get ahead with that because that will fly out again today. It's gorgeous. I'll be showing you all in just a minute's time. That's 8 o'clock. We've got velvet fabrics plus all of the other colours of canvas I was just talking about, and some gorgeous cork as well. That's coming up in a moment. 9 o'clock, Adam will be with us with the So Different Layer Up Solis Tunic, which is the one that I'm wearing today. We've got lots of different fabric bundles because this is obviously a 2-colour pattern. So you've got like the print and you've got the side. I mean, maybe you've been collecting the So Different Layer Up range where they have lots of different garments for layering. We've got lots of different fabric colours and prints for you to choose from, but this is the tunic that Adam will be demonstrating at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, it is Abba Makes Block of the Month Part 2. Now, we again sold this on the birthday. We did Part 1, which was the sewing machine. It's a block of the month where you have a different block every month, and each block features a different sewing item or sewing themed and a different technique. So this month it's all about the embroidery. It's called Hoop Art, and I'm going to show you at 10 o'clock how to do all the different embroidery stitches. I'm going to do them very close up and very slow. It's aimed at, if you've never embroidered before, you can learn with this. Already selling on pre-order. If you missed the first show, we have got some of the panels instructions from the first show, so you can catch up on that. And also on the panel there's a kit, some panels so you can make the matching needle case, and all the instructions to make the Hoop Art bag as well. I will see you there at 10 o'clock for Block of the Month Part 2. Oh, and we've got a special new announcement with that as well. You'll have to wait till 10 for me to tell you. Very exciting. At 11 o'clock, Adam will be back with us with the Sew Over It Betty dress. I love this dress. It's gorgeous. Oh, we've got a photo. Isn't it beautiful? Now, this is available in 2 different patterns because same dress, but in large size range, which is brilliant. It's a gorgeous dress. Perfect for the summer, sleeveless. Also really good for layering. You can wear that over sort of a long sleeve cotton top, looks really nice. We've got a beautiful range of fabrics for you to choose from to make that. Adam's going to be showing us in detail how to make that, but he's also going to be focusing this morning on the invisible zip, because that's something that I know a lot of you talk about. How do I put one in? So he's going to be doing a bit of a masterclass on how to put in an invisible zip. So if you've got any questions for him, whether it's at 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock, please do message in the studio. He's a fantastic dressmaker. He will be able to answer you. Then at 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane, and we've got the wonderful Sam Sabido with us. Have you been looking at her Instagram? She has designed the most gorgeous Spring Vibes crochet bag. It's available in 4 colourways. It's gorgeous, and I really want to make one, but because I can't decide, I'm going to wait till she comes in to see them all. Now remember we changed this a few weeks ago. Yarn Lane is already available on pre-order, but it's on the Sewing Street website. We found that a lot of you were finding difficulties that you'd have to swap from watching Sewing Street to Yarn Lane, and you'd have all the items for Yarn Lane on the Yarn Lane website, everything for Sewing Street. You've only got a few minutes between the show. Also, because your customer order number is the same whether you're Sewing Street or Yarn Lane, it's just simpler that all of the products for the shows that are on Yarn Lane today are on the Sewing Street website already and ready, available to pre-order. That doesn't mean to say that there isn't a Yarn Lane website, or Yarn Lane isn't a separate thing. There's nothing happening to Yarn Lane. It's the only thing that we've changed is that when you order during the show, it's on the Sewing Street website. That's the only difference. It doesn't mean that we're trying to get rid of it or anything's going to change. It just makes it easy. We had a lot of people who were then having to swap over or were watching on the website or Facebook, are really confused. So if you want to pre-order the beautiful Spring Vibes crochet bags, they are on the Sewing Street website. So should we have a look about how to shop? How to shop and how to watch. Now, the easiest way to shop with us is to go on to www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live, that's at the top, and then scroll down. So obviously you're watching live, so you'll see me there. Now you can see there will be 2 columns. So today's show deal, so that's all the items that I've already spoken about. So you can see I've only got the early bird on because I haven't spoken about anything else yet. Everything else is pre-order. There is all the velvet, so please get ahead. We sold out of nearly all of it last time, and we got it all back in stock. All the velvet is there, and all the cotton canvases that I've just shown you. Beautiful. We've got good stock of them, and we've got some gorgeous colours as well. That's all on pre-order. If you keep scrolling down, you can see it all there. Then we move. Oh, then there's the dress pattern for the tunic that I'm wearing now. That's already there, available to sale, and also all the fabric bundles that you can buy to make the dress as well. That's all there. We've got Adam's cape. It's a wrap pattern. If you missed out on that, that's back in stock. And a handful, and I mean a handful, of Baker Boy cap patterns. They constantly sell out, so if you want to be sure that you'll have one, please put in your basket and check out. Then we move down to the Amber Make Show. This is today's brand new part 2 hoop art, which is all about the embroidery. And remember, with the kit, it isn't just the embroidered panel you make. You get an illustrated panel that you can use for your own makes. Well done if you've already checked out. We have sold over 50 already. There's the pieces to make a mini size needle case just for embroidery needles. Hopefully you'll like that. And all the instructions to make the hoop art project organizer bag as well. And also, if you missed out last time, part 1 is there as well, which is the sewing machine. That was using piecing and applique, and I'll show you the projects for that in a bit, but that's all there. Also the fatter quarters that you will need if you want to make some of the makes, and all the haberdashery that I've put on there, like the embroidery hoops. We'll be going through all of that later so you can see what that's for. Then at 11 o'clock show, this is the pattern for the sew over it dress, available in 2 size ranges. If you click on them, that will take you to the details. You can then see what the sizes are and choose which one that you need to buy. Obviously, we'll be going through that in more detail on the show, but if you want to get ahead and get the pattern, you can click on it to see the size range. These are all the fabrics that we've got for you, so you can see. And there's Yarn Lane. Now look, that's the one that Hannah wants. I thought I wanted that one, and then Sam posted a picture of the 4th colourway. Oh, that brownie one. Now you should see the picture. That's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Available in 4 colourways, granny squares, and it's absolutely gorgeous. You know, it is the ultimate summer bag, isn't it? Take it on the beach. You can make it with rope handles. You can make it with bamboo handles. Gorgeous. We've also got some of Sam's other kits, the beautiful summer poncho as well, and a little bit of surprise with those, but you're going to have to wait till the show to find out what that is. Now, the velvet that we've got there on the end, because it's brand new today, so, and it's only just arrived. In fact, it's just been arrived from the studio on my desk whilst I was talking. So we've only just put it up. That's why it's at the bottom, not further up. This one is brand new. So we're going to start with this one. Yes. Right. There we go. I was blocking. So let me show you this, and then I'll tell you about, oh, you just want to stroke it, it's gorgeous. Let me show you it. Look. Da, da, da. Look how wide it is to start with. It's 150, is it 150, Hannah? I think it's 150, going on how far apart my arms are stretching. Isn't it beautiful? 140 centimetres wide. I mean, from that, look at the beautiful, beautiful prints. Have I got it upside down? Right, so I'm going to lay it on the desk so you can look at it close up, and then I can tell you about it. I'll know whether it's upside down or not, because you can tell. Luckily, it has a really good pile to it, so it's very easy to see which way up it is. There we go. So this is 100% polyester. It is beautiful. Now, I have made various things from it, from a small cosmetic bag that's got a zip in it to a massive cushion with zips. I've made a bags, I've made tote bags. It sews well, it cuts well, and it doesn't fray. So let me show you the back of it. It's got this sort of it's polyester, so it's got like a whitey polyester back, and you can see from the edge here how it doesn't have that fray. Look, it's printed. It has a beautiful pile. Very important, when you feel the pile, you can feel very clearly when you rub your hands which way it goes, so you know what direction it is. Now, all the pile, sorry, Hannah's going, what does a pile? The pile is when you have things like, you know, like fur, or think of a dog, and the way that the fur lies, that's the pile. And you have thin, very small piles. So like a carpet has a very short pile, whereas a dog or a fleece may have a very long pile, but the pile is the length of the loops, the strands that are on top. And when you have velvet, if you run your hand one way, you know, like with corduroy, you can feel it's smooth, and then if you go the other way, it goes against you. So the pile is the thickness of, I think, the way that the fabric is woven. It's loops, but you can't really see those. Now, it presses easily, doesn't melt at all. I had no problems. I pressed it with a steam iron. It sews really well. I mean, it is slightly thicker, obviously, than a normal cotton fabric, so you may find that you need to go a little bit slower or ease it through. You don't have to use any different size needle. A walking foot will help, but I didn't use mine because I wanted to just make sure it worked fine. It's just obviously thicker than a normal cotton. It is beautiful for so many things. Like I said, I made a really big cushion. Unfortunately, all the samples are stuck in the old studio now we've moved. Otherwise, I'd show them to you. But you can make, I mean, so you can make lots of big things. You can make the cushions, you can make bags, you can make large floor cushions. But it is also really nice for dressmaking. So thinking any sort of dress, shift dress, even the one I'm wearing would be lovely in that. I think a pinafore would be gorgeous. We've got lots of colourways, but I'm showing you this one first because this is the one that's brand new. Now, I don't know how easily you can see on screen, but the colours are very, very vibrant, and the print is very, very precise. It's so beautifully printed that it doesn't actually look it doesn't look like velvet when you look at the print. Right, which one? I want to do can I do the leopard? This was the top seller last time. Now, when you look at the print, it's so precise that it's almost impossible to believe that it's, it's got all the bits on it where it's been cut. It's difficult to believe that it's actually printed onto velvet because it is so precise and so accurate, and the colours are beautiful. So the background to this one is a lovely deep navy blue. Now, last time we had this on air, it sold out before we even got to the show. So couldn't even talk about it. It's got zebras. I love the velvet. I made cushions, zip pouch, phone case, and I've just bought some more from Judith in Devon. Oh, that's a great review. Thanks, Judith. It is gorgeous, isn't it? And it's really easy. You can put zips in it really well. I really want to get some for dressmaking because I think it would look fabulous. So on this one, you've got, is that a cheetah? I think that's a cheetah there. No, that's a zebra. That one there. I think that's a cheetah. And parrots, and there's, look, you can see in here, that's a peacock, and that's a parrot. Oh no, there's a toucan, and another parrot. And the way that the pattern repeats, let me show you the pattern repeat. Another message from Judith. I love the velvet. I've just read that one. Love the Hannah was chatting, she didn't read that. Judith, I'm going to read it again. I love the velvet. Oh, another one from Marion. Velvet ordered. I'm going to make a mad winter bucket hat. Marion, there is nothing mad about a winter bucket hat, and I tell you what, it'd look amazing. Actually, it would be beautiful for a bucket hat because it's got that little bit of extra structure. If I make bucket hats from quilting cotton, I was interfacing them, you wouldn't need it for this. It's gorgeous. It's really lovely to hear from you that you've bought it before, made things, and you're buying it again, because that is the best review that we can have, isn't it? I bought it, it was gorgeous, I'm buying more. Half of the stock has now gone. And this colourway sold out before we went on there. So you can see the pattern repeat, if you need to consider that. If you look, you get 2 pattern repeats across the width of fabric. So if you can see here, there's the peacock. He's then just over halfway. So the pattern repeats twice across the width. So when I made a pair of cushions from it, it was pretty easy. There was enough, more than enough to make, I could have made 3, like say 16 inches. You could have made 3 16s across. But what I would do is I would make the front in this and use some cotton canvas, because that's only, what, $3.97 for half a metre. Back it in a cotton canvas, and then you'll get loads. I mean, I just think $8.99, and it's beautiful. Now, the ones I've made, I put pom-poms on them. Sorry, I put tassels on them. They look gorgeous with piping. If you want to do something like make a tote bag with them, work really well that you can mix and match really bright fabrics, so they're really nice to line, because all of them have got some really bright, zingy colours. The yellow background. This one is super bright. Yes. I mean, if you went into, can I say that? Oh, if you go into somewhere, I would say like John Lewis, Oliver Bonas, Next at Home, we're talking £30–40 a cushion, because it is beautiful. You know, and with all the embellishing, you could embroider them, use gold threads on them. Beautiful to applique. There's a real big trend at the moment for velvet accessories, things like small makeup bags or large cushions, and they're embellished with an initial. So all you've got to do is print out on your computer the initial you want for, say, the centre of the cushion, cut that out in a cotton fabric, applique that on, and it's really trendy at the moment. You get these beautiful velvet backgrounds with an appliqued initial on, and then they cost like £50. But this one's gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really vibrant yellow, like English mustard yellow, with these beautiful green fronds all over it. This one is stunning, isn't it? And what I love about some of them, you think, I'm not sure which way up they are, but once you feel the pile, it's so easy. You think, okay, yeah, because my hand's going that way. But you can see when I go that way, I have to be able to, the fabric won't move, I have to hold it because it's so easy to see where the pile is. But it is beautiful to sew with, and it doesn't fray. So when you make cushions, fantastic. And for dressmaking, because it doesn't fray, it's beautiful. But I found it does press really nicely, even with a good steaming. So that's the Kinbalu Tropical. Right, Jacqueline, you messaged and say you can't find pre-order. Just refresh your computer. Just press that little symbol in the top right. Refresh it, and it is all there. Have another go. Have another go. Right, that's Kinbalu. Any preference to next? I'm going to do the first one then. This one. Now, this is. No, it's slightly. It's got. This one is all about the parrot, the birds. There is one. This one in another colourway. This has got a white background. Shall I hold it up? Because sometimes you can see it. White background. Oh, that way. Lots of birds. Tropical birds. I'm not going to even try and name them. Possibly parrots. But really, really fresh. I mean, I'm thinking, you imagine if you I made a 50 centimetre square cushion. It looks fantastic on a bed because it's so squishy and soft. But but on your sofa, we're going to go across now. There we go. You can see if we go across. Look beautiful on a sofa or conservatory. Absolutely gorgeous. But I'm thinking, you get half a metre. How many cosmetic bags could you get out of that? If you're starting to make stuff for the church fete, the school fete for the summer, shall I lay it down? Will that be easier? Because my arms are aching. If you're making things for selling for charity, or you've got a little website you want to make things for, this fabric is fantastic because it looks luxurious. It looks way more expensive than $8.99 for half a metre. And remember, it's 140 centimetres wide, so you're going to get a lot out of this. Loads. Depending on the size of cushion, if you were making 12-inch, 30 centimetre square cushions from this, then you're going to get 4 out of them, 4 fronts out of it. And then use your own fabric for the back. It is beautiful. Remember, it doesn't fray, which I just love about it. Now, I've also got this one in a different colourway background, which I'll keep that one out so I can show you because it's amazing how different it looks. So this one has got a black background, exactly the same fabric, but wouldn't they look gorgeous? That's what that one looks like with the black background. Okay, shall I pull it all the way over? There you go. So they look completely different suddenly, don't they, the birds? Let me fill the screen. And then, if I put the white one next to it, you can see how different they look. But you could use them patchwork. I'm thinking, cut like, what would I cut? 6-inch squares, possibly. And then patchwork them together. But look at those together. Exactly the same fabric. But they look really different, don't they? In fact, let's match some birds up. So if I wonder what that bird's called. He's splendid, isn't he? So there he is in black, and there he is in white. Same price, same fabric, so it does the same thing, but there's very different look whether you go black or white, but wouldn't they look really good together as well? Maybe you wanted to make a set of cushions. If you bought a half metre of this one and a half metre of that one, they would look fantastic together. But the one that you've got on the screen at the moment with Sumatra Tropical Ebony, that's the black background. I think I've got all my bags mixed up now. I love that one. It is surprising because it is quite. It's a very short pile, but it's a very definite one. You can really feel it. Maybe that's how it works. But it's digitally printed, but the depth of the colour and the precision is. I was amazed when I saw this and realised it was velvet. 100% polyester though, so it washes beautifully. Right. Okay, so we've got some fabric that we want to show you, just so you can see. It's not a comparison, but if you're thinking about velvet, just to give you an idea, Right, so this is a plain velvet cushion that you can buy elsewhere. Polyester velvet, exactly what we've got. And that's just the cushion, plain, no beautiful print. And that's £15. Yeah. But you know, if you wanted to buy some, if you already have some plain cushions like this, or you wanted to buy some to go with what you've already made. So you're paying £15 and we're charging £8.99, and you can make front and back of that, haven't you? But you know, I know obviously your time is involved in that, but you're the one who's got the skills who can do it. But that gives you the price comparison of what you can make instead. We're selling it for £8.99 for half a metre. And it's more beautiful. It's patterns, prints, beautiful. It's more beautiful in my opinion. Well, how can this not be more beautiful than plain? But it's just nice to see what the comparison is, because of the fabric width and how many cushions you can get out of this, depending on whether you use it for the front and back. This is £8.99. You know, and I'm sure you've got cushions. I mean, it's the best way to update your sofa, isn't it? Is take the cushion covers out and make some new ones. I mean, this one is fantastic, isn't it? Look at the vibrancy. I mean, it's not they're not a comparison, obviously, because this is a completely different fabric, but it's just to give you an idea of what money you're saving if you're making your own. Look at this. I love this one. It's really, what's this one called? Oh, Borneo. It's just really unusual. Tropical, almost like seed heads. Really vibrant pinks and teals and petrol. The background colour on this one is a deep midnight navy. But absolutely stunning, isn't it? And you know, and any of you who've bought it, when you've seen the message already, will know how it does sew up beautifully. And press, which is important, because I started off with a nice sort of gentle medium temperature, and then I got a bit fed up with that and just went super steam on a spare scrap of fabric, obviously, and it was fine. It did leave the little hole marks from the iron, but then they disappeared straight away. So to start with, I thought, oh, what have I done? What have I done? But it was just because of the steam going through the pile of the velvet, but then they came back again. But that's gorgeous. Now we have got this one in another colourway as well. So that's Borneo, and then we've got Borneo in duck egg. This is kind of like a tropical duck egg though, because duck egg, I mean, it is duck egg colour, but it's quite a bright duck egg. Because duck egg you think of as this colour, but maybe slightly lighter shade. But this is really striking, isn't it? And see, let me show you next to the navy so you can see the difference. That's what the navy one looks like. Same print, except that one's upside down. Yeah, that's right now. So you can see what the seeds, or I don't know, are they flowers? Not really sure. Tropical lilies maybe, and seed pods. Don't really know what they are. Flowers-ish, but that's the duck. So that you can see but how nice they look together as well. This one was super popular last time. It's gorgeous, isn't it? But really stunning, isn't it? Quite a designer statement as well. You know, for £8.99, you've got half a metre of what looks like very designery. Is that a word? Right, this is the last velvet. I love this one. We can see a lot of you have been putting them in baskets, so you've got to make your mind up. Now this one, look. This is super popular. I love this one. So you've got little leopards, you've got, I think that's a toucan, flamingo, a monkey, a little parrot, all nestling in amongst these trees. Now this is tropical, so it's got a very dark black background, but with all these little birds all here. So again, you know, this works well for large makes like cushions, but it works well for smaller makes because you can fussy cut where the area is. If you wanted to make, or if you made a cushion and you wanted to make like just a little coin purse as a gift, you know, you could do something, oh well, I love the little parrot, I'll cut it so that the parrot is in the center, and that looks really stunning. Just a little bit of embroidery as well to redo. Thank you for all of your messages from all of you who are buying it again, who bought it last time. And I'm sorry, last time we missed out, and we did say we would try and get it back, and we have. which is fab, isn't it? Gorgeous. Oh, right, then I'm going to go back to the one I started with the animals. This was the one that, this is about to sell out. This is the one, shall I hold it up? This is the one that sold out before we even came on air last time, and it is about to sell out now. It's got the zebras and the cheetahs. More people in baskets than we actually have available of this. There we go. Let's see if there's so if you want, let's see if we can make the most of this. Use a cotton canvas for the back. So I would say if you were doing the this one that's got the midnight navy background, there's a navy cotton canvas, ANLJ13. So the navy, if you wanted to keep it very plain, will work with any of the navy backgrounds, the navy cotton canvas. It is a navy, and it works really well with the background of that. Only $3.99 for half metre, but if you wanted, if you want to go a bit braver though, how about that one? Matching with, yeah, matches in with the parrot, makes the background quite stunning then. It's ETLJ51. It's like a tomato. They've called it orange, but it's like an orangey red. Now I've picked it up because I think it picks up with the parrot. But so say you had this as your cushion back, and this was your cushion front. We'll do a little pretend cushion here. Or the base of a bag, but doesn't it look lovely together? So if you've got that as the front of the cushion, and then you have that as the back, just gives it that little designer look to it. If you went into some very expensive boutique, they would probably have a coloured back like that, because it looks quite stunning, doesn't it? Or you can just go navy. Morning, I love the velvet fabric, it's beautiful, I couldn't resist it. Accidentally fell in my basket, love from Vanessa. Well, Vanessa, I know, things accidentally fall in my basket all the time. Luckily, I get it just delivered to the office and sneak it in the boot of my car. Right, let's go through the cotton canvases, so that if you've bought some velvet and you want to use some of the backing, or maybe you just want the cotton canvas because you're a bag maker and you know what you're going to make with it, or you've been waiting for it to come in stock, or you're thinking dressmaking. Remember, it can be used for that. $3.99, 150 centimetres wide. Now this is a real tomato red. It's called orange, but it's tomato, because it's got that orangey red look to it. It's not your pumpkin, it's more your tomato. Cushions for the garden. Be nice with an apron. Very good for an apron. In fact, we usually sell this, I think, don't we, with Alice and Marion's apron. Really good for aprons. And but you know, if you're making for fates and you're doing things like iPad stands or holders or beanbag covers, ideal for that sort of thing. So that's your tomatoey red orange. Right, we've got black, so if you've bought any of the velvet and you want black, because the velvet that's got the ebony, if it's the word ebony in the word, that means that it's got the black background. How about black? Really, remember, a lot of use this one for recovering, not this colour, but use the canvas, or this colour, for recovering garden cushions. So remember, it's 150 centimetre wide. So if you go outside, go and get your garden cushions, measure them up, then you can work out how much you need. Now remember, what you need to do is it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. So if you measure all your cushions and you need 4.5 metres, put 9 units in your basket and you will be sent the whole 9 metres. You can then spend all of next week remaking the cushion covers. Embroider your name on the cushion for the chair that you want to sit on. Stops anyone else pinching it. Oh, this is a review on FIFO. It's an independent review from Elizabeth. A great quality back canvas for my bag making. Yeah, fantastic it is. It is really, really good for bag making as well. Different Elizabeth. I covered my dining room chairs with the velvet last time. Ooh, it was lovely to... Oh, can I have that back? Can't read that fast. It was lovely to work with and gave the sad old seats a new designer look from Elizabeth in Merseyside. That sounds gorgeous. Elizabeth, can you send us a photo? I would love to see which one you used and what your dining room chairs look like covered in that velvet. I bet they look amazing. And actually, what's really good about using them for that is because they don't fray, makes it so much easier. Do you remember covering things with Draylon? Oh, the fraying. Used to have it everywhere. I don't even know whether they still sell Draylon, but I remember making a chair cover with Draylon. You just get bits everywhere. You won't get that with this. Right, more cotton canvas, gold. Oh, this one is very nice. Now this will pick up like the cheetah colours and the parrot colours. A question, would the gold canvas go with the duckhead velvet? Well, one moment. One moment. Yes, because we like this bright blend. Let's have a look. Well, that actually looks very nice, doesn't it? Let me unfold it. I'm going to put them right together. I like that. I like that because look, that thing that looks like a pineapple that isn't, it goes beautifully with that. Also, I've got two, the mauves would look nice. Actually, do you know what? That one's nice, isn't it? I think that's nice. CWLJ47, I like that colour because that picks up some of the mauves in it as well. Lilac. Also, the navy would go with this because you've got a lot of navy in here. You've got a lot of the pods, whatever they are, seed heads have got navy in. So you could go gold, I like that. Morning, stunning fabrics I had to purchase. You are so right. Cushions like this would cost a fortune in the shops from Karen in Kent. Absolutely they would, and I've seen them, they do cost a fortune, but when you make your cushions you'll have little bits left over as well, so make some small, just like a little zip pouch purse to put in your handbag. Gorgeous. They would cost a fortune. I don't know how we've managed to get this at this price, to be honest. Right, that's the gold. Let's go lilac since I introduced it. This is very popular for bag making, and we've also got a purple that goes beautifully with this. That's lovely, isn't it? A lot of the Japanese fabrics would look lovely with that, but remember it's 150 centimetres wide, and it's being sold by the half metre, so if you want more than half metre it'll be sent as a whole cut piece. This purple looks very nice with this. That is CFLJ16. This is I would say this was like a deep lavender. The website makes them look the same colour, but they're not. But you know, if you want to do two-tone, if you're doing something with canvas, making the base of the bag and then the top or the straps, these two go together really well. So if you're wanting to make a set of something that coordinated, so this is more of your grey, light, it could be a lavender, but this is your much deeper. I'm trying to think what colour it looks like. Maybe lilac, like the deep lilac colours, but that's got more of a grey in it. But they was gorgeous, isn't it? Or even straps in that one, or cushions, that for the front and one in the back, and then and reverse them. So remember, the way, if you're new to us, when you check out, it all goes into your you put it into your basket and check out, then it's yours. If it's in your basket, it's not yours until you check out. Your P&P will be applied at midnight, and that's $3.95. So if you've already checked out on the velvet and now you're thinking, oh, I'll get some canvas but I don't want to pay the postage again, you won't, because it will be applied at midnight. That's when the basket closes. That's when your order is processed. So don't panic if you've already checked out. Anything that you buy, whether you buy once or you buy 395 times, for example, could be more than that, you will only be charged one P&P. So, but the best thing is, don't keep it in your basket until you decide. Make sure you check out, because once you've checked out, it's yours. When we say to you sometimes, sorry, there's more of you've got this in baskets than we've got, it's because you haven't checked out. Velvet white background, we can. So the first one that I showed you with the animals has sold out. There we go. Have a look at this one. There we go. Oh, I just need a drink. Look at that one. Beautiful. This is all the birds, all the tropical birds. We have got lots of you checking out multiple units. I'm not surprised. But if you've made things with this, send me photos of them. Lovely to hear your messages, but I want to see pictures as well, see what you've made. Particularly if you've made any clothes, because I think these would look fantastic. Right, other fabrics. Right, so that one is sold out, that one is sold out, that one is sold out. But this one, this is the same tropical bird, but in the black ebony background. That's beautiful, isn't it? Now, that would look lovely. All the animal velvets are going very quickly. This one would look lovely with the gold, wouldn't it? Really picks up, very stunning. And it would look lovely with the one that's called orange as well, because that picks up some of the colourways. I mean, you can keep it very simple and just use the black canvas. This is just, I'm suggesting this because if you want to make your velvet go further and you are making cushions, you can use the canvas of the back and then you get more from the front. Obviously the cushion will look more sumptuous if you use the velvet on the front and the back, but obviously the velvet's $8.99, the canvas is $3.99, so if you want to make it go further, but that black is the same colour as the background. Oh yes, fleece, thinking about the jungle. Anyway, there are more canvas colours. Have a look on the website. They are all there. But let's do some fleece. Oh, look at this. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Shall I hold it all up? Look, that's 150. 150 centimetres, 60 inches wide, 100% polyester, beautiful tiger print. But this is fleece, not canvas, not velvet, this is fleece. Already selling on pre-order. So obviously ideal for making fleeces, brilliant for making cushions. Backing lap quilts, really good for, and then you don't have to put a wadding in. You can just put this right sides down, put your quilt top right sides up on top, tack it together, and then you can just quilt it because it's ideal for that. Really good for picnic blankets, lovely for car blankets. When my children were younger, I always used to have a metre each of these fleeces and hem them and keep them in the car, because it's great for, you know, when you're stopping for picnics or they fall asleep. It's really lovely to have car blankets, really nice for if you buy a metre, because they're sold by the half metre. If you buy a metre and a half of it, you've got a lovely big blanket, and it is beautiful quality. It's really soft, really nice for dog beds and cat beds. It's ever so soft, and it's not super fraying either. When you look at the edges of it, it's not. Some fleece frays more than others, but this one's quite nice. Oh, I've got really mixed up with my plastic bags now. I'll move it on the other desk. And now we're zebras. Oh, this was white tiger, is it? Do you think it's zebra? It's about to sell out. It's called white tiger. It could be a white tiger or it could be a zebra. It's about to sell out. £3.49 for half metre. If you want it, put it in your basket very quickly and check out, because it is about to sell out. White tiger / zebra. Oh right, the khaki cotton canvas is about to sell out. That's a lot of C's, isn't it? Yeah, I've got it. The khaki is about to sell out. Now this is perfect for garden furniture, isn't it? Remember, it's available by the half metre. 150 centimetres, or if you only want half a metre, you might be better off getting the early bird, because you get 3 half metres for £9.97. This one and the blue and the grey. But this is good for garden furniture. I tell you what, if you want to make some garden furniture covers as well, Really good for that. I think this is very popular. Lovely for things like garden aprons, tool belts. But it's a really classy colour as well, isn't it? It's a beautiful, it's called khaki, but it's like a sagey green, like that one. Now my favourite canvas is this one here. I love this colour. It's like a petrol blue. It is QWLJ83. Teal. That's lovely, isn't it? It's like a deep petrol tealy blue. In fact, this would look lovely with some of these velvets. Look. I hadn't spotted that one actually when we were talking about which canvas went with this velvet. What do you think about those two together? Because that matches beautifully with this. I think that might be my favourite colour combination. So if you've already bought that one, have a think about that one, because they go together really well. Oh right, so we're going to just do this velvet one more time, because we've got quite a lot of you asking about the different ones, because there was a choice. Now remember, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down, you will see a little picture of all of them. So if you want to remind yourselves because you can't decide, or if you want, if you want me to show them again, just message us in at the studio and I will show you. Although we haven't got long left, you have to do it quite quickly. You can always ask us later, I'll show you later. $8.99 Borneo Tropical Duck Egg. Over half of the stock of this one has gone and been checked out. This is only the second time on air. It's taken us about a month to get it back again, and it is about to sell out. So if you want this one, get that one. But I would, if you get this one, pop 1/2 metre of the teal canvas in as well, because they do go beautifully together and you just never know. And then we've also got this same print, but in Midnight. Now there's only 7 metres of this one left, only the second time on air. We bought more this time than we bought last time because it was so popular, because it's the first time we've done this sort of fabric, so we weren't sure to start with because you never know. But we loved it, but we didn't know whether you'd love it, but you definitely did. And so we doubled up on stock and it's selling out again, which is great, isn't it? Because we'll be keeping our eye out now for this lovely velvet. I know, so if we see something that's beautiful quality that we love and we see it's great value, we'll buy it. But now we know you love it, you know you'll love it, so we'll be on the lookout for more now. I think it's gorgeous because it looks amazing quality, doesn't it? Well, it is amazing quality. It's got a really nice it has got the weight of a canvas to it as well. It's got a really nice weight. But when you make it into a cushion, what's weird is, although it's got a nice weight to it, it's very squishy. I put a feather cushion pad inside it and it felt so soft and squishy. It didn't feel like stiff at all. Oh, a lot of comments. Everyone loving what I'm wearing. Do you like my new dress? Well, it's not mine. I borrowed it off Adam. This is coming up in the next hour, this beautiful dress. It's so different, layer up tunic. Adam is going to be demonstrating it in a couple of minutes time. We're just going to have a quick break and then we'll be back with Adam showing you how to make this dress. Please do check out your cotton canvases and your velvets. If you've been sitting back watching, just trying to decide which one, go onto the website. You'll see little pictures of all of them. Do check out because they are flying out and some have sold out already. Anyway, thanks for joining me for this hour. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes time with Adam.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. So we are all about the dress pattern. Here's the pattern. Here's the dress. Loads of you are messaging say they love the dress. Thank you very much. Not that I made it. I would like to claim credit, but Adam made it actually, and then he let me wear it today. It's part of the Layer Up range, which is gorgeous, isn't it? Very, very popular. We've been doing a few of them. If you've already bought this one on pre-order, well done. So it's a range of garments that you can layer with other things, which is nice, isn't it? I love a layer because you know, you can, like I've done, layered it up with a long sleeve top. It's a bit chilly today, but you don't need to. You can just wear it as a summer top. So before we put in the pattern for this hour, remember, in the next hour we have got the Amber Makes block 2. This is part of block 1. I brought it with me. So this was block 1, the sewing machine, but we have got block 2, hoop art. That's 10 o'clock in the next hour, because we have sold over 100 already, so I don't want you to miss out. So it's the next hour. You need to wait to 10 o'clock and then we're showing, but it's on pre-order, so if you want to get ahead and get it so before it sells out, do that now, and then in the next hour I'll be running through it, and I'm going to do it very slowly so I can teach you how to do some embroidery stitches. But that's the next hour. We're going to be talking about Layer Up tunic dress first. So this is the pattern. Now look, you can see on the pattern, the lady on the front, she's got a frill on the bottom of hers. I've got a frill on the bottom of mine, but I can't really show you, otherwise I'd have to stand on the desk. Or, as you can see on the back, you can make it without the frill. Is that better? Okay. Oh, Hannah's got a picture. So you can make it with or without the frill. Does it have different sleeve options? No, it's just with or without the frill. So it works as a short dress or as a tunic over leggings and trousers. I've got mine over trousers. It's very comfortable actually. Now the size variation for it is 8 to 26. So in bust terms, have we got it in inches? Yes. So it goes from a 33 inch to a 50 1/4 inch bust. So that's the size range for you. Oh, got a message from Jan. Go on then. Rebecca, a word, I can't. Is the dress true to size? Is it made to the size you would normally buy in clothes, please? I would say it's loose fitting.
Yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Well, when I was making it, Rebecca, yeah, it's definitely got a lot of designies and weariness in it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it probably comes a little bit bigger maybe.
It does. So what size is this one?
That's actually a size 12 made up.
Okay, so this is a size 12. I would normally get myself a size 14. I don't like things really tight. I'm probably a very loose 12 and an average 14 maybe. So this, I would say it comes up a bit bigger. I wanted it for layering up, so when Adam said to me, oh, that's a 12, I'm thinking, well, I'm never going to get that over my jeans and my shirt. So I've got jeans on and a long sleeve top, and I would normally buy a size 14 to go around the bust area, and a 12 is fitting quite nicely. So it is a very loose fit. So I would suggest do all the measurements, because obviously all the measurements are on here of the size you need to be. And then get the pattern pieces. If you're lazy like I am and can't be bothered to make a 12, you should do, but if you don't want to, measure the pattern pieces take off the seam allowance, and then measure a dress you've got that's already made and see how they compare, because obviously the pattern pieces are the size it will be once finished, minus the seam allowances. And then get a dress, you just lay it. I mean, I always do something like I'll measure across the chest area and maybe round the hip area if I can't be bothered to do the toile, and then that will give you a rough idea. But I would say, yeah, it does come up big. Does that help? Good. Good. Well, from the point of view of someone who's wearing it over their jeans, but then it is supposed to be worn. I have got tights on me, but actually it says wear it over leggings and trousers, which I have done, and it's very comfortable. And my favourite part of the whole thing are the pockets. Well, I love a pocket anyway, but it's got the pockets are sort of in this front panel. So can you see? Or am I in vision? I'm coming, there we go. So I need to sort of stand up a bit, but can you see that? So you've got this side panel here and then the floral bit, and the pocket is in there. I quite like that. So when you stand like that, that's quite comfy, isn't it? Very nice, and they're nice deep pockets as well. So that's the pattern, $16.99. Should we have a look inside? Love a pattern. Because you're going to make it several times, then you need to be able to reuse the pattern a lot. So if I open it all out. So what did you think of the pattern, using it as far as...
It was nice and easy to use, Rebecca. Really clear instructions. I like the fact the instructions are on that one pattern page. So it's all there for you. You can see the instructions at the top, so you're not going to lose them. Just make sure you keep them, obviously, because you're going to need to refer to them.
Yeah, so cut them off.
Cut them off, yeah, and keep them, which is exactly what I did with mine. But yeah, and it's nice because it uses colours to differentiate the size, which is always a nice thing because it makes it easy to see.
Because it's very noisy.
Oh, you're being noisy.
Well, let's give it another rustle. So look, you can see there's the instructions across the top. But isn't that nice? I've never seen a pattern that has the different sizes and different colours.
Really? No. I've seen a few.
I've only seen them with like dotted lines, dashed line, dashed line, dotted, you know.
Morse code.
Morse code, but not with colours.
It's a nice thing if you can do it, you know.
Yes.
And this designer has managed to, obviously.
And it's a nice thick.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to put that to one side because apparently it's very noisy and it's annoying, Hannah. I'll just put it on the floor. We'll just do the envelope so I don't get told off again for noisy pattern. Sorry if that was very noisy. There's the pattern, $16.99. Now we have got some different fabric bundles for you to choose from. So which one should we start? Should we do the one that Adam's going to be using? So Adam is going to be demonstrating the dress in this fabric collection. Two colours, obviously. So we've got plain black. And so how much do you get of each? So 3 meters overall, and that's enough sorry, for the largest size. This is nice fab. What is this? Is it just, it doesn't feel like just, maybe it's just the plain cotton. You get 1 meter of the black, and that's obviously for these side panels and the sleeves. And then you get 2 meters of the print, which in this case is this gorgeous swirly black and white print. Nice. Now, $34.99. Sorry, that's for 3 meters, which I think is amazing value, isn't it? However, today, and today only, it is going to be $29.99. $29.99 for for 3 meters of fabric. That's amazing. I'm gonna have to have a drink. Sorry, I've got a cough. Sorry about that. Right, that's better. Now these are 100% cotton quilting weight fabric. So for $29.99, you've got 3 meters of fabric in total. Should be $34.99. So £5 off for you to wear. That's beautiful, isn't it? So even if you're not dressmaking and you want to use it for something else, really good, because that price, £5 saving, will only be until midnight. It's fab, isn't it? Next bundle. Sorry, I keep coughing. Butterflies. I love, oh, this is nice. So you've got a meter of this lovely, it's a very like a pale periwinkle blue, chambray colour. But it's got a really nice, it's like a chambray, it's got a bit more purple to it. Like a periwinkle. 100% cotton. It's called chambray, but it's beautiful chambray colour. And then we have butterflies called Feather Beauty, but this is lovely, isn't it? That goes so well. So you imagine that you use this down the centre of your dress like that, and then this. I'm just going to give you a demonstration of what it looks like on. So that's what that would look like. So you have that down the side and the butterflies down the centre like that. So we're going to take £5 off. Should be $34.99 for the whole bundle. That's enough for all of the sizes, all the way up to the biggest size 26 that's on the pattern. You get 3 meters in total of fabric, £5 off, $29.99. There are now single figures of that bundle. That is beautiful fabric, isn't it? And they go together so well. I love the butterflies with that. Really lovely. That's that one. Please do check out on these bundles, because with that £5 off, they are flying out, and also that £5 off doesn't last forever. After midnight, if we have any left of the bundles, the price will go back up again. Now we've got the one with the yellow. So this one, oh, very cool. I like this one. So you've got a lovely, like just a mid-grey, I'd go. Mid-grey, metre of, that's for the side bits. And then you've got 2 meters of this lovely, beautiful Heather Peterson Indigo Garden in mustard. It is a really lovely mustard background with little sprigs of flowers, sort of white petals, pink centres, and then little green leaves. Now these are both quilting weight cottons. So if you don't even want to make the dress, but you want to take advantage of the £5 saving, so instead of $34.99, it's $29.99, and you're getting 3 meters in total, and they go together so well. So it depends if you want that black and white monochrome vibe, or whether you want the really pretty spring butterfly vibe, or this very cool. I love this. Aren't they nice? Love the grey and the mustard together. Now all of the fabric bundles are now in single figures, so if you want them, you can't really wait till after the show. You need to get them because they are going to sell out. Gorgeous. Is that one in the way? Sorry, it's in the way. There we go. Fab, fab, fab. Now we've got some slightly different weight fabrics. Oh, and with, I've got flying stickers. The denim-y one. Now, this one, so instead of having the print, we've got 2 denims. But it's more like like a chambray denim actually. Quite a light, not a super stiff denim, quite a lightweight denim. So you get, in this bundle, you get 1 meter of the paler blue. So this is like your sort of pale blue jeans. It's not jean denim though, it's not thick. Let me show you, I'll open it out and give it a waft. It's dressmaking denim. 4 ounce is the weight. So normally, say jeans would be about an 8 ounce. Now, these are really wide. So you're getting 3 meters, but as they're wider, you're getting actually much better, really good. So you get 1 meter of that one, and then you get 2 meters, same weight fabric, but a much darker indigo denim. So we shouldn't really be taking, our denim always sells really well anyway, so we shouldn't really be taking money off that. But it's not fair, is it, that the others have have a discount? So £5 off till midnight, so $29.99. You are getting 3 meters in total of denim. So even if this dress isn't for you, but you want the denim for a different project, or you want to use it for quilting, or you want to use it for homeware, or you collect denim like I do. I keep forgetting to hold them up. I'll remember eventually. There we go, $29.99. That discount will only apply till midnight. So if you want it, don't wait, you need to get it checked out. I think that would look lovely in this dress though. I love the two-tone denim look, because you'd have that one in the centre and that one on the edges. That would look gorgeous. I love this colour combo. Oh, sorry. Could you check out this one so that I can get onto this green one? No, this one, there's a lot of you who have this gorgeous denim bundle in your basket. So if you want this one, you need to check out. There's loads of you in the basket, and I do not want, oh, sorry. All the fabric bundles are in single figures, so please don't wait until the end of the show to decide. Once I've gone through them all, do check out, because they're all in single figures, so we haven't got very many left at all. So that's the denim one. Right, now we've got the enzyme wash linen, which I love. Enzyme wash means that it is treated or washed in a special way to stop it, the colour fading, and to stop it creasing. It doesn't crease as much. These are gorgeous. These colours are very close, but they look great together, don't they? So you've got a metre of the darker, like tealy aqua blue. Yeah, teal. Oh, teal, there you go. I was going to say tealy aqua blue. So this one is teal. So you've got a metre of the darker one and 2 metres of the lighter one. So together you get that lovely, very subtle colour block look. They are lovely. I'm going to let me just open this one out, because you need to see how 100% linen, 130 centimetres wide. Look at that. So normally that would be $34.99 for 3 metres of enzyme wash linen, which means it won't crease as much. And it's beautifully soft. I love those two colours together, because you will get just such a really pretty but very, very classy, timeless colour block look with that. $29.99. Again, that price, 3 metres linen, will go back up again at midnight. I mean, it is a really good price even at $34.99, to be honest. I think that's lovely. For 100% linen, I think $34.99 is a really good price anyway. $29.99. And then final bundle, another linen, pair of linens. Oh, these are nice. Do you like this one? So you've got 1 metre of this one that's like just a neutral taupe shade, and then you've got 2 metres of this beautiful dusty pink, and it really is a very subtle dusty pink. There's a lot of sort of grey brown in it. It's really subtle. Isn't that lovely? Love those two together. So the 2 metres is the pink, so that's the bit down the front, and the 1 metre is the taupe colour, so that will be the sleeves and the side bits. $29.99 for this one, should be $34.99. You are getting 3 metres of 100% linen, already down to just 7 of these bundles. They are gorgeous, and I love those together. Makes me think of some, I know there's very specific shops where you can just see where these colours would be used, wouldn't you? Aren't they lovely? So those are all the fabric bundles. Go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, scroll down. You will see all the products there. They are going very fast. I mean, you're getting a £5 discount on each of the bundles. They are going to sell out before the end of the show, so please do check out before we get there. Patterns. Right, I've got 2 more patterns. Oh, sorry, and then we'll go to it. Okay, right, the pattern again, in case you missed out or you've just tuned in. This is the pattern, the Solis Tunic. This is what Adam's going to be demonstrating, that all the bundles are for. The one that I'm wearing is a beautiful loose-fitting tunic, with or without the frill. You can wear it on its own, you can wear it over trousers, over leggings, wear it with tights, you can, you know, wear it in the summer just with sandals, but it's beautiful for layering. And it is, the size of the pattern is sizes 8 to 26, which is 33 to 50 1/4 inch bust. Okay? Right, Adam, welcome back.
Morning.
Morning, you feeling better?
So much better, and thank you to you, honestly. You saved my bacon that day, but
I
I'm all
felt so
good.
sorry for you because I knew you'd have been super prepped.
I was all ready to go, and I would have come in, but obviously following the rules,
COVID
and I know, but we're all good now.
But you're fine now?
Yeah, I was just gutted that I couldn't come in and see you, but I'm seeing you today, so
So it's
there
all
we are.
good. We're back, we're
good.
doing it again.
Yay! Which is fab.
Which is great.
And
So how
this-
did you find the pattern to work with?
Really nice, actually. It, as I say, it's got those coloured lines that differentiate between the sizes, which is really, really nice for when you're tracing off your pattern. And I've cut my pattern out today, but I'd suggest tracing it off so you can make it over and over, and then you get the most out of your pattern there. But no, it's quite simple and well laid out. It has an interesting sleeve feature, which I really want to
just take
demonstrate
these off
today.
now.
Wonderful.
I don't know why you've got pom-pom makers in front of you.
And actually, this was a new one on me, and I like it when a pattern throws up something different for me, because it's a different learning journey. And this is actually that side panel and sleeve that we've
it
colour
looks
blocked.
really unusual like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've got the pocket bag on that one, but I'm going to go through how to make the other side.
Okay, so these are the
with us
sides.
today.
Is that the front and the back together?
Yes, so that's
Okay.
the front and the back, and then you've got the sleeve on there and the pocket bag for that front section as well, which is really cool. And I really like this pattern because you could actually be quite creative with it in terms of, we've blocked it this way as it is on the pattern, but because it's got these pieces, you could choose how you wanted
that's
to
true.
block
You could go
it.
the other way, couldn't you?
Yeah, if you wanted to. I mean, I know that the fabric bundles are set up for this way, and I love this way. If I was going to do it, I'd stick to the pattern. But yeah, I really love this sleeve feature. It's really interesting. So I'll start to show you how to do that bit if you want.
Yeah.
Cool. So that we've seen what it looks like, and you've got the sleeve here. Now, what it says to do in the pattern is to press it up 1/2 centimetre and then 1/2 centimetre again. Now, this cotton's really lovely to work with because it holds that crease. So I've just pressed it, and this morning I'm not even going to need to pin that because it's just so stable. Really, really nice to work with. So if you're new to dressmaking, it's perfect fabric to work with.
So is that because it's lightweight or because it's crisp?
Yeah, just because it's crisp and because it's cotton and because it's woven that way. Like the linen might not take, well, I imagine it would do, to be fair. All of these fabrics would. But yeah, it just means that it's really nice and stable to work with, which is great. So yeah, to press that up 1/2 centimetre and 1/2 centimetre again, or you can overlock and turn it up 1 centimetre. So there's options for both.
Okay.
I quite like this clean finish.
And that's the sort of the sleeve hem.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is. And it does give a really nice finish on it. So, and then you can just whiz along your hem there. And obviously I've done this with the other one as well. And I'm stitching quite close to the edge, as I say, because I've got 1/2 centimetre turned up. So just take your time at home on your machine when you're doing this bit, and pin it if you need to. I always like working with these type of fabrics that will hold that nice crease for any hem lines or anything. It makes it so much easier. I've been hemming chiffon all weekend, so...
have you?
Yeah.
That sounds awful.
It's all right. It's just about
them?
taking your time. I've just completed on a dress for a mother of the bride, and it's got this beautiful kind of flounce on the top with long sleeves. It's actually a crepe, it's not a chiffon that I'm working with, but similar properties. And I've roll hemmed all of the hem of this a bit.
Scary.
Yeah, it's all right actually once you get going. And
Did you use like a roller foot to do?
Yeah. So I used a rolled hem foot on this one because the edge was straight. But if you've got a curved hem, and we'll be able to talk about curved hems with the second dress later on, actually using a rolled hem can be difficult because if the curve is quite steep, it's hard to get that fabric through. So I've looked, and I'm using a different method now to do a curved hem, but I did use a rolled hem for when I was doing the straight.
Quite scary though.
Once you get going though, it's fine as long as it's pretty straight or a shallow curve, but you know, anything other than that, then it can be a bit difficult. Right, so what we're going to do now, as always is the case usually in dressmaking, we're going to go right sides together. Now this is the little bit that might seem a little bit confusing, but it absolutely works, is you're going to place right sides together these shorter edges along the top, and there's some notches there for you to match up as well. You're also going to almost fold this in half. It's a little bit like origami with fabric, Rebecca. And you're going to place the other part up there. Do you see?
Yes, yes.
Now you will have a slight overlap in the middle of that hem that you've just created. And that's absolutely fine. What I would suggest is to overlap those hems one way on one sleeve and the other. So you've got So you've got both sides rather than identical.
So I see. So the side panel is one piece. It's not like a front and a back, and that's that one piece.
And it's one long rectangle really, which you know is nice. And again, as I said, it's quite easy to follow. The pattern pieces are quite simple. But when I saw this part, this was the bit that I'd wanted to demonstrate today because it was a new way of doing it for me.
Yeah, that looks real. I've never seen a sleeve inserted like that. But then, you know, it's different because you've got this side panel that works in a different way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you could do this with a fitted garment, but because this garment is made to layer up, and we've talked about there being a lot of ease in there, like it works really well for that, because you look at the shape, the fitting really is in those side panels. But there's no other fitting, which makes it quite loose and quite nice to wear, really. You know, and it is, and it is very flattering, and it's nice as a layer-up garment. And I love. It's almost like you planned it today with the colour of your top.
Look at that. That matches. I would never have known that.
It picks out those colours really well. Okay, so seam allowances then are 1.5 centimetres. So we're just going to sew those 1.5 centimetres over this sleeve head now. Make sure you do pin this bit, because as I say, you're overlapping that hem that you've created on the bottom of the sleeve. And again, that's marked as well in, I think it's called outer edge on the pattern, and it tells you where to hem that, so you know which part of the sleeve is which, if that makes sense.
We've got a nice message for you. Morning, gorgeous Adam. Missed you and your cheeky giggles so much. Looking forward to seeing your expertise today, from Joe in Essex.
Hi Joe, bless you.
I missed him too.
I've not been on with you for a long while actually.
I know.
But it's nice to see you today. And to get called gorgeous, mind you, I think you're the gorgeous one in this frock this morning, to be fair.
In my frock.
Do you feel gorgeous?
He's a smoothie, isn't he? He is. Have we got a question, Hannah?
Oh, I love a question.
A question from Wendy. Morning, Adam and Rebecca and the Sewing Street team. Missed the start of Adam's demo. What skill level is this, please? It's sunny at home. From Wendy in Leicestershire.
Oh, wow, in Leicestershire, yeah. My hometown.
It wasn't sunny this morning, was it?
It was ever so foggy driving.
So foggy.
In stages on the M6, the M40.
Well, it said on the M4, pockets of fog, and I thought, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it was definitely that, wasn't it?
Like I was in a horror film.
I mean, to be honest, like, I think once you've kind of got your head around these sleeve bits, like an advanced beginner would be good with
this. Isn't a total beginner.
Yeah.
But it could be your second dress.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, it's definitely not on the really difficult side. I mean, what have we got to master? This sleeve, we've got pocket bags in there as well. Finishing off in terms of overlocking, but you could finish off with a zigzag if you don't have an overlocker, as we know.
Pinking shears.
Pinking shears.
My
Do you know what I always go? I've got a pair of Fiskars in here, you know, and I always go to them. You know, when I'm doing a fully lined dress, instead of overlocking the inside, but I always make sure I pink the insides anyway. I know that they're not going to be seen because it's fully lined, but I just know that it's going to stop. any fraying.
Oh, the other ones. Yes.
Have you got some
Yeah,
there?
we have some Fiskars here. These are new. Have you seen these? These are fully recycled, including the blades.
That's good.
They are made, I wonder what they're made from. Recycled metal, tin cans maybe. These are nice. How much are these then? Oh, $17.99, 21 cents. So they're not pinking, but they're normal shears. But they are fully recycled.
I like that.
There we go, $21.99. They're nice, aren't they? So they're your Fiskars quality, but instead of having the orange handles that the Fiskars normally have, they've got you recycled. But it's really good to see Fiskars are doing this, you know, because we spend put this effort putting everything in our recycling. It's nice to see what's made from it.
Yeah, exactly.
And the big companies are starting to use it as well.
Well,
and they are fully recyclable as well. There we go.
Who knew?
There we go. Right. So you sew the side panel.
Yes, to
and the sleeves that look like Darth Vader's now.
They do, don't they?
Slightly scary.
What you've got to make sure at this stage, I'm going to attach the pocket bag now, is that we're doing a mirror image of the first one. We don't want the pocket bag on the same size, because then otherwise we've got two lefts or two rights.
Yes.
So they need to be opposite. So I've pinned it there, and always just pin and lay it out like I've done, and just look at it and check your instructions and go, yeah, I've got it right. On this one, what I've done is we're sewing here now 1 centimetre and then understitching, and what that understitching does...
I didn't do that. What does it... Mine doesn't lie quite right, so I made a dress at the weekend. So I'd missed that bit, understitching.
Yeah. It's always the bit, and when I started dressmaking, Rebecca, it's always the bit that I ignored because I didn't quite understand it, if I'm honest.
Didn't say anything about understitching in the pattern I was using.
Really?
So how do you do that then?
It's quite simple. It's just running an edge stitch really along that seam there that you create, but you're catching the seam allowance underneath both layers, and what it does is it keeps the pocket bag to the inside, or aligning towards the inside. So
do you do that on the right side of the pocket?
Yes. Yeah, that's on the right side of the pocket, but on the pocket bag.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's just quite easy enough, really.
But that still lies inside the full seam allowance.
Yeah, because if I hadn't have done, you see now, it's keeping it that way.
Yes, it is.
Because I've run that bit of stitching, and once it's pressed, and you've got that pocket bag inside the garment there.
Because it'll be it stays back.
It stays back.
Wonder if it's
you know,
too late
even
to
without
do
a press there now, and it's just that finishing detail, and you'll find a lot of understitching on lots of garments.
That makes such a difference, because I just put pockets in my dress and they do come out a bit.
Yeah.
Should have done the understitching.
Yeah.
I like that.
Understitching is the way forward. But it's always the bit, as I say, when I was first dressmaking, I never really understood what it was. You just want to make something, don't you? So you get excited.
Yeah.
But now I really pride myself on finessing.
No, but things like that do make a big difference.
They do. And it's that finish again that just adds that quality to your garment, and also as well, it's going to make your garment last longer. Talking about sustainability and reliability, things like that, you know, are just going to make all the difference. So we'll do it. We'll understitch a little bit now. So 1 centimetre down the pocket bags, and again, it clearly says that in the instructions for you as well. Now you'd press this, okay, but we're tele sewing today, so I'm just going to run it under the machine so we can show you. But you'd press that to that side, so you've got all of the seam allowance to one side towards the pocket bag, and then we're just going to run that row of stitching down here.
But this pattern will go with so many things. So talking about sustainability, you can use up lots of your fabric, and think about your wardrobe, spring, summer, because this goes through many seasons. Once you made it and you know how it fits, you'll be making this loads of times. Old tablecloths, curtains. Paul has said, morning everyone, can the sleeves be made longer please, Adam?
Let me show you the pattern piece. So here it is, and that outer edge part is the hem. So in theory you could make them a little bit longer. It's supposed to be, I think the design is made so that they are shorter.
Yes.
So I think you just have to bear that in mind. If you were wanting to make the full length sleeve, then you've got a lot of pattern drafting to do. But if you wanted to, add an extra
just make
inch
them
on,
maybe just down to here a bit.
if you were going to do that,
there.
you could absolutely do that. Probably what I would be inclined to do is lengthen the sleeve from the middle. So I'd probably slash the pattern piece in half here, and lengthen it, put a bit of paper in between, and then almost play dot to dot and join up the lines.
Right.
So that you're still retaining the right circumference at the edge there.
I see what you mean.
Because you could just follow this line down here, but if you do that, you're going to narrow, and then there's a danger that you won't get your arm in.
So lengthen it, but by cutting the pattern in half.
Yeah, I would, and you'll see that on a lot of commercial patterns. Really, that you'll have shorten and lengthen lines on sleeves and on.
Not always, though.
Not always, but they're usually halfway or at a certain fixed point.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that, and it's so you don't distort the shape too much. If you've just got a long rectangle, then you can easily, just add an inch or two on. But once you're playing with angles, that's when you've got to watch out.
Sometimes you get a dress that's got a slight curved bottom, so if you lengthened it there, your curved bottom would go all awry, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If you cut it in half.
Curved bottoms.
Curved bottoms.
Okay, so we're going to do exactly the same now with the pocket bags on the front piece. Now, it's important to say at this stage, I love this fabric, it's gorgeous.
Lovely, isn't it? That's all sold out, that bundle.
Is it gone?
Gone.
There you go.
It's your fault.
I've probably got half a metre still left in here.
You could auction that off. Adam's got half a metre going.
So yeah, you're attaching the pocket bags now to the front piece. Now, it's worth saying that the front piece is exactly the same as the back piece. The only difference is that the front has a lower neckline than the back.
Okay.
Which is quite standard, really. But the piece itself, I'll just quickly show you, and this is why you'll want to trace your pattern off, is you get one piece, that's the front and the back. But you'll see here that that's my back bit. I've cut it out, but I've retained it.
So what you do is cut the back and then cut it off and then cut the front.
Yeah, but what I would suggest doing is making sure I would trace it off, really.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That would be the better thing, so you don't lose that little bit. But
well, only because for making it again.
Yeah, exactly.
You've lost that.
Yeah, you don't want to, but it's quite nice, and again, sustainable. We're saving on paper, aren't we? That's how I look at it.
Well, yeah, because they'd have had to give you two, but I guess, or if you just keep that and clip it together like you've done, then you just pin it back on for the next one.
That's it, and I've found no problem in doing that. Oh, the machine's going like the clappers. It's woken up, it's had its coffee.
It's ready for a day's work. Show me the chiffon. Hello, lovely. So happy to see Adam back. I'm missing him so much after spending 4 days with him at Sewing for Pleasure. And the non-stop fun from Jenny.
Oh, it's Jenny. I thought it was my mum for a second then. I only saw her yesterday for Mothering Sunday. Jenny. We had so much fun. Rebecca, we were so naughty at Sewing for Pleasure.
She's so naughty. She's so much fun.
Do you know what? We're like rekindled spirits. We were having a right laugh and we were just enjoying it and chatting with people as well. And it was so lovely to meet people that watch Sewing Street actually and say, we love watching you on there. And it's nice to put faces to names. It's so lovely to see.
This is Jenny Jackson who's messaging, in case you wonder who's that. Jenny, the REPP Queen.
She certainly is. She's got her book coming out, isn't she, soon?
And she's launching it on Sewing Street.
Oh, that'll be one to watch out for. I've actually had a sneak preview of the book.
Have you met Jenny before?
Not before going to the NEC,
really?
No. I'd seen her on here, obviously.
Yeah, but not like met her in the flesh.
No, and we were all chatting on a WhatsApp group just before and chatting with Mark. I hadn't met Mark before the NEC. Can you believe Mark and Clive? I know, and we had a great time. We all got on so well.
But I guess, unless because you're not ever here at the same time and you're a different series.
Yeah, exactly. And the ironic thing is, we don't live that far away from each other, really. But
really?
Mark and Clive, live not far from where I am at my weekend residence.
Oh, you have two residences. How nice.
I stay in Leamington Spa on the weekend, which is very nice.
I'd like a weekend residence.
I'm not really that posh. It's
No,
not really.
we're going with
My
it.
other half lives there.
No,
so,
we're going with it. Mark is Adam is very posh.
But yeah.
Oh, Mark and Clive are lush, aren't they?
Oh, it's so lovely. And Mark was doing a great trade with his wonderful patterns, and I was demonstrating some machines, and because we were there with Juki, and the guys are just fabulous, and they were just as much fun. We had fun as well.
Yeah. Well, that's because sewing is fun.
Yeah, it is, and it was lovely to meet people
You can't be
and speak
serious
to.
when you're sewing.
Oh no. Unless you're sewing rolled hems on chiffon, then you've got to be
actually,
serious.
I actually think if someone asked me to do that, I don't think you phone somebody else, so I'd give them your number.
The thing is though, I did an alteration not long ago on, again, chiffon, and it was a 40 quid dress from Amazon, and just no, don't do it. If you're getting married, like, just spend that little bit more on a dress that doesn't need, because it was awful to alter. The fabric wasn't very nice.
What was wrong with it?
It needed shortening, but I think that they'd sewn the back to the front and the front to the back, because the front was longer than the back. So I had to do the alteration along the front and taper it into the side seams. But it wasn't easy because it had got a bagged out hem. And for those of you that were wondering what that is, it's basically seamed at the hem. It's sewn together, and you've got a seam allowance within, so it's not easy just to take up or let down or whatever. You've got to go into the dress, and then you feel like Inspector.
So was it a seam to the lining? Is that how they did the hem?
Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't to the lining. The underneath the lining part was bagged out,
right?
And then there was a chiffon overlay, and in the chiffon overlay was an almost envelope chiffon piece coming out, which made it even more awkward because you've got an extra seam to deal with. It was a lovely dress once it was done.
And to buy the thing.
Oh no, well that's how it gets now, doesn't it?
But don't you find, well, people say, oh, could you just?
Oh yeah. And they think that, you know, you can just magic it up somehow because you've got a machine.
Yeah, you've got a machine, haven't you? Could you just? You think, probably not.
Probably not. So all I've done there is sewn the shoulder seams together now. Okay. And obviously you'd finish those off, and I'd suggest overlocking and finishing as you go, or zigzagging or pinking shearing or whatever. But you can see there that what I was talking about earlier, the front is different to the back there. So that's how you differentiate between the two. And I've got my elephant ear and pocket bags on. So let's just talk now about how to insert this sleeve, because this is the interesting part. So when you think of a sleeve in a classic garment, and maybe at first look at this, you think, oh yeah, I've got to set the sleeve in.
Oh yeah, no, I would think, well, there's not a seam here, so I'll sew the front to the back and then I'll sew the sleeve in.
Yeah, but obviously with this, we're sewing all the way. Here we go.
I'll come over to you.
I feel like you're going to be my glamorous assistant now.
Assistant.
So we're going to sew all the way from the bottom around the pocket bag, and then all the way around the shoulder, right down.
Okay.
Oh, you're doing this wonderfully. Right down the other side there. So it's all done in one seam. Which again is a new technique, and I like it because it's innovative. And what you've not got as well is like that trouble of setting a sleeve in. So if you are a beginner and setting sleeves or adding sleeves in is maybe a bit too much for you at the moment, this perhaps makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think so, because that's all in one go, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like that.
And you're not worrying about any ease.
No.
Usually in a sleeve head you've got anything up to an inch worth of ease sometimes. Yes. But there's not really any ease in that, because the ease is created by this rectangular part here, and the fact that it's loose fitting.
And it's not, and I guess that's why with some of the fabric bundles we've got, some of the fabrics are very contrasting, and like the one you've got there. Yeah. And others are really close. So you get a more subtle look depending on the effect that you're after.
That's it, exactly. So we need to go right side to right side. Do you know what? I've been dressmaking for ages, and sometimes I forget my right side to my right side. I'll do it and I'll go, no, that ain't right. We're all human. Right, okay. So you can see that pocket bag is matching up. And then there's actually, I think it calls it an anchor point for the top of the sleeve, but I've got that mark there because I've cut it on the fold, so that's the halfway point. And for this, you're definitely going to want some pins because it's a long seam. So we're going right sides together, that's right. And you've got this pocket bag here as well. Now, there's a little bit of a knack to going around the pocket bag as well.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Because you just want to make sure that you're using the right seam allowances and not getting anything caught up. And yeah, just matching those up there. And there's lots of notches in as well to help you place everything.
You've got about 5 minutes. While you pin that, I'll just tell them the pattern. Don't forget the pattern. If you're collecting the Layer Up series from So Different, this is the pattern. This is the one that Adam is showing today. It's in size 8 to 26, which is a 33 to a 50 1/4 inch bust. It's the one that I'm wearing today. It's gorgeous. You can wear it with tights, over jeans, over leggings, or without. You can wear it in the summer. It can have a frilled hem, it can have a plain hem. It's got 2 pockets. Lovely, isn't it? That's what Adam's doing. Very practical, very comfy. You can kind of, depending on the fabric you use, you can really dress it up or dress it down. So you could wear it, you know, just out on a summer's day, just out shopping, and then in the evening you could wear it with something a bit nicer. You could put a, you know, pair of nice tights and heels on, but you could equally wear it with just little strappy sandals.
And I quite like the fact that you can choose to have the frill or not. So if you want to go all out and all frills, then go for it, or you can go no frills.
Just depends what you feel.
Yeah, I think it'd be really interesting to see it made up in the denim. I love that tonal
the
denim.
But also you could shorten it. It could just be a top.
Yeah, it really could be.
It could be just. So I think the denim would look gorgeous. And the denim bundles, £5 off today. Well, all the fabric bundles are, but the denim bundle. So the section that goes down the side that Adam's using black for is the pale denim. But $29.99, there is loads of denim. So you've got 1 metre of the light, and that is 150 centimetres wide. So 1 metre of the light denim, and it's a 4-ounce denim, so it's more like a denim you would use for dressmaking for shirts. It's not for jeans. It's much lighter. It's beautiful for this. But for this discount, it's worth getting. Even whether you're going to make the dress or not, it's worth having. Pop it in your stash. You've got 2 metres, I can't even hold it up, of this dark denim. $29.99. That's amazing, isn't it? $29.99 for all of that denim. 3 metres. You've got 1 metre of light. That is definitely your saving stash building bundle, because there's a lot there. It's really lovely. I've used this denim for dressmaking as well, and it's really nice because it looks like, yeah, heavyweight denim, but it doesn't. It's not that weight. So you get that denim look without the sort of the stiffness that you don't need when you're dressmaking. Nice for shirts as well. So 3 metres, it's worth getting just for the stash building element of it, like lots of you are. So do pop it in your basket. Do pop it in your basket and check out, because it'll go. Like the bundle that Adam is working with at the moment has gone. It's sold out, so this one will, but it is gorgeous. Do you know, this would be lovely for patchwork. Wouldn't it look lovely? I'd love to make a denim quilt, pinwheel, or even log cabin. Have you ever made a 2-colour log cabin? I know log cabin's normally in loads of different prints, but I've made it where it is just all the same fabrics in the lights and all the same fabrics in the dark, and it is absolutely stunning. It look gorgeous in those. Just an idea. Oh, I want to know about the pocket.
Yeah, I'm coming up to it now. So I'm just using the markings on my machine to just ease this curve round, and whenever we're sewing, don't be stretching and pulling everything, just guide the fabric.
Right.
I saw somebody on your YouTube saying, yeah, and pull the fabric through, and I'm like, no, don't ever pull the fabric through unless you're doing elastic.
I know, why do you think it's got feet?
Yeah, exactly. But just guiding it round there, Okay, and then we're coming up to this little intersection now, this little crossroads. I keep describing sewing like driving recently. And you will come up to this stitching, that understitching, and where you sew a centimetre. So we're going to go just past that, all right? But it's important to pivot. So I can see that stitching there. I'm just going to go just past, so I know that I've got 1.5 centimetres. You could mark a little dot on there as well at 1.5 centimetres as well, which would really, really help.
Yeah, because I guess because you can't see the seam allowance at that point on your machine
markings. That's exactly it. Right. And then I've just pivoted there, and then I'm carrying on my 1.5 centimetre seam allowance all the way up.
So you sew up like the side of the dress, you do all the pocket, all the way around the top and down the other side and around the other pocket.
Exactly.
All in one go. No, there's not the pocket.
If it was a cake, it'd be an all-in-one mix.
Yeah, it is. It's an all-in-one Victoria sandwich.
Yeah.
I made one of those at the weekend. Oh.
But there you go, and you get the idea, and then you go around the sleeve head, and that curve's now created from that origami bit that we did earlier, and then you just go all the way back down.
That's fab, isn't it?
Yeah.
That makes it so much easier. So it is quite achievable then?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, absolutely.
So have a go, make it as a tunic. I would like to have a go making it as a blouse as well.
Yeah,
and
that would be cool.
You could just cut it off so it just went over maybe the top of your trousers. I think it would make quite an unusual. It'd be a nice blouse, wouldn't it? Because it'd be quite good for sort of, again, for layering, you know, whether you want to wear it in the summer or the winter.
That's the nice thing about it, that you can wear it with anything and match it. Cool.
Lovely. Oh, we've got another message. Morning both. I had the pleasure of meeting Adam at the NEC, such a lovely man, and I would love to have a sewing day with Adam. No problem.
Oh, it's Louise. I remember that lady.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. It was so bizarre. People were coming up to me, and we've got a mutual friend in common. It was so lovely to see you, Louise, and everybody at the NEC that attended. But somebody stopped me and they went, "Did you used to work at the National Space Centre?" Right, and I did.
Oh, did you?
Many years ago, when I was 18, doing my A-levels, I used to have a Saturday job at the Space Centre in Leicester. And I was like, gosh, and you recognise me from way back then. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm 30-something now. So I was like, oh my God, but that was a really random one, yeah.
Did you work at the Space Centre?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did.
As an astronaut.
But you know, because the thing is, you expect people to say, "Oh, are you on Sewing Street?" Or you know,
it wasn't.
Because it wasn't sewing related. It really caught me off guard, and I was like, "How do you know that?"
Because you look like an astronaut.
They've had a lot going on in Leicester recently with. What's that astronaut's name? I've forgotten his name now. But he paid a visit, and they've got some big.
Tim Peake.
That's him. And yeah, they've got a big space thing going on.
Well, that's fun, isn't it?
Interesting.
You need to run sewing days with Adam, clearly.
That's it.
Well, what you do is you just book Adam to do a dress alteration for you, and then you say, "Can I watch?"
That's it. Do you know what? I love teaching people to sew, and I love finding things out. And actually, when you teach people, and especially like beginners, you realise what some of the things you just take for granted sometimes when you just oh yeah, I'll say that there, that's that, you know what I mean? But no, it's really.
So do you do teaching one-to-one?
I do, yeah, and I want to do a bit more. I've done some workshops for a few different independent companies and fabric shops and things, but I'd like to set up on my own as well. But at the moment, I'm kept busy with doing all my samples for here and doing alterations and making dresses. But I tell you what, and I must say hello to my friend Angie, that I'm making her dress. She couldn't find anything off the peg that she wanted, so she had what she wanted in mind, and I've drafted it up, made the dress for her, and when she put it on for her first fitting, she nearly cried.
Oh, wow.
And I went, is it that bad? But when I saw her in it last night, I was like, oh my goodness, she looked stunning. She looked absolutely stunning. And it's that feeling that you get when you can make that much of a difference to somebody.
Amazing though, isn't it?
Amazing feeling, and it's just like through sewing, do you know what I mean? It's just going, oh, you're so talented, oh, and I'm just like, oh, I'll just do a bit of sewing.
I know, but for someone to say, I want that, and then you drafted it, that is a skill. That isn't just, I love sewing.
Well, yeah.
Actually.
So there we go.
There's a difference between following a pattern and drafting your own.
Yeah, there is. But the more you sew and the more patterns, you get more of an idea of what should be.
So. Yeah, I guess so.
Which is why I like this one, because it was something new on me. So I was like,
true. I love that. That looks really, really elegant, actually. And I think in that colourway, it does, doesn't it? Looks lovely.
Yeah. I'd be inclined to finish this one off but not do the frill on this one, and I think, yeah, lovely.
And I think it's these central panel dresses are very slimming because it takes that side bit as if that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it draws your eye there.
And you are only this.
Yeah.
In fact, make the panel really narrow. You are only this. But it is. It draws the eye down as well. That's lovely.
It. And you've got your pocket bag in there, look, as well, which is really nice.
And I was so chuffed when I found this had pockets. Love it. Well, thank you, Adam. That was fab.
Thank you very much. I can't wait to demonstrate the next one.
Oh, you've just lost 3 pins.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's me dodgy watch.
Dodgy watch. We will see you in an hour with that gorgeous dress behind you.
Wonderful.
And we will. Oh yes, we'll talk about your cap and cape. Cap and cape can't do.
Oh yes.
I can't do cap and cape pattern in that hour. So just quick roundup. If you have just joined us or you haven't checked out yet, this is the pattern that Adam's just been demonstrating. Available, its size is 8 to 26, which is 33 to 50 and a quarter inch bust. It's perfect for layering it, wear it with nothing underneath and just some sandals in the summer. Wear tights, you can put it, I've got mine with jeans, put it with leggings, you can wear it with a long sleeve top, without. It's a lovely layering pattern that you can use across all seasons. Have a look on the website. We've got lots of different fabric bundles. All of them have got 1 metre of fabric for the sides and 2 metres of fabric for the centre. We have got, I'll just show you one of them. Oh, Jill has asked to see the blue linen. Well, it's more of a green, I would say. It's beautiful, like a teal, but a bit of green. So this is the light colour that's used on the centre panel. And then this is the dark shade. They are close in shade, but that would be the sides, but they are different enough to give you that lovely, subtle colour block look. So if you imagine the dress that I'm wearing, or the one that Adam's just made, with the dark on the edges and the light in the centre, absolutely gorgeous. I think $29.99. Where to 100% linen, where would you be able to buy 100% linen at that cost for when you're dressmaking? It's fantastic price. Should be $34.99. And even then I think that's underpriced for linen. And that's only till midnight. So if you wanted, if you're making a dress and you want that fabric, even if you're not making this dress, that is a fantastic price, $29.99. All of the bundles, please do check out. We are in single figures of lots, some have sold out. Have a look on the website and click on Watch Live and scroll down, you will see them all there. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break to clear up, and coming up after the break is the Amber Makes Block of the Month #2, Who Parts, all about embroidery. Loads of you have checked out already. I have got some of Block 1's, which is featured here. I'll be talking through you, and I've got a special surprise with this one, and I will tell you about it in a couple of minutes' time.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and thank you for joining me in this hour for the block of the month, which I'm very excited about because I love the block of the month. The idea behind this that Amy and I had, well, is I really wanted to make a quilt featuring sewing items, and I hadn't seen any block of the month that was sewing items, and then the whole concept behind that kind of snowballed a bit, really, because then I thought, well, let's teach you some new techniques as well, because it's a really small, safe place to learn a new technique without having to commit to a whole massive project, 'cause it's only one little square. Well done to everyone, and thank you so much for buying the block of the month last month. With it, when did we launch? We launched that 28th of Feb. That was on our first day of the birthday, and we've had so much feedback from it that, well, first of all, let me talk about this one. This is this month's block of the month. It's called Hoop Art. I'm going to go into a lot of detail about it and show you the panel, and so there's a lot of different things you can make with it, and I'm going to show you all of them, but just so you've got it. In the kit, $14.99, you get the full panel, and I'm going to show you everything you can make in a little bit, but there's the full panel. This is $14.99, and I will explain it to you in a moment what you get on it, and you get the full instructions, which have full colour photos, walkthroughs, exactly how to do it, how the block of the month works and why, there's tips, there's all the instructions. Now this one is all about embroidery. Every time I do the instructions there will be special different things and additions. On this one, because it's all about embroidery, Amy and I have spent quite a bit of time making sure that the stitches are easy to understand and are written for beginners. So if you've embroidered before, you'll find this easy. I've written it for beginners so that you can learn embroidery with us, and in a very small way without having to commit to loads and loads of embroidery, and then from then you can then use these skills to build into other things. It goes all the way through. Then we've got all the instructions to making the other items, and I'm going to talk to you those in a minute. I'm not going to show you the back, because what we decided a couple of weeks ago that we thought would be quite exciting is that for those of you who have joined the block of the month, for any of you who bought last month or are buying this month, we have set up a special members only Facebook group, obviously free to join, but you can only join it if you have bought the block of the month. Now if you bought it, if you buy it this month, on the back of the instructions, and I'm not going to show you, is a secret password. And you kind of can't be in the secret password unless you buy block of the month. So on the back of here, so I'm not going to show you, is the secret password. So when you get your instructions home, you go onto the sewing block of the month. The address is on there. Tells you what it is. It's all on there. Tells you what the Amber Makes Sewing Block of the Month Facebook group. You put the secret password in, and we will let you in. Now, if you bought it last month and you want to get into it, put your order number when it asks you, because it says in there order number or secret password. We will let you in. Now, once you get in there, the idea behind it was share your pictures. I want to see what you've made, if you've made it any differently. Ask questions. I'm on there all the time. Amy's on there. We can answer any of your questions. Also, we'll put things on when there are things like templates, embroidery traces, transfers, things that will all be in the instructions, but you don't want to trace them, you just want to download. They will all be put on there. But also, I've made a special project, and it's already there, it's waiting for you. Well, Amy's about to pop it. It's here. Amy's about to pop it on. She said she'd do it at 10 o'clock. But when I came on air, I've written a set of instructions to make a quilt block keeper, and you will, there's a link in those on the Facebook page for a free PDF for these instructions. The only way you can get the instructions to make the quilt block keeper is if you're in the Facebook group. And that is free to all the members, but obviously you have to have bought one of the panels to get the secret password or have your order number. So this is actually the cover of this. You use a quilt block panel. It can be any of the block of the months, it can be your own. This is actually the block for next month. So for block number 3, which is launching on the 26th of April, I've actually used that in the front of this, and I've used the Amber Makes Hexi fat quarter panel. Free download to make this. Now the point of this is, because I couldn't find one of these, so I thought, well, I'm going to have to design one. Pocket in the front. Now I've used brushed cotton, so you open up the pages like this, because it's sticky brushed cotton. Not sticky, clings to fabric. And then you can store your blocks. So there's the sewing machine that came from last month. And you can put one in each side, and there's enough to put enough pages to put 14 blocks in. And the pattern for this is only available to members of the Facebook group. And to be a member, you need to buy one of the blocks. So if you bought if you bought last month's block, give us your order number. If you bought this month's, the secret password is there. Right, so that's how you become a member. Now for this month's block, let me explain. So even if you don't do Facebook or any of that, that's fine, you don't need to. So I've tried to make this so that you get as much as I can possibly fit on. So on the panel that you get, there is all the pieces to make. Where did I put it? Right, we've over 100 have gone already. There it is. I hung it up on the other desk. I'm going mad. Da, da, da. So you get all of the pieces to make block 2, called Hoop Art. So let me show you the panel if we go in close. You get the background fabric, which is the back of the block. That's the same, this is the same fabric, the same colour as all of the blocks, so that they will all match when you join. The idea behind the block of the month is once you've got them all, you can join them all together and make a quilt, or you can use them individually. So there's the background fabric. This side you've got the embroidery fabric. This is when you're going to do your embroidery on here. You've got the tape measure applique, the scissors applique, because if you look on here you can see there's the tape measure and the scissors applique. You get the outline of the embroidery hoop, that's here, that's that bit. That's all on there. There's also an illustrated version of this, so if you decide that you don't want to embroider the block but you want to have one, this is the same block but illustrated. You can also use that if you want to make the quilt but you want to make it extra big. You could use your made block and the illustrated one, makes it extra big, or you can just use this illustrated one in another project, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Also on the panel, and every month we give you a free extra little project that sort of goes with it. Now, I know how much you all love our needle cases, so what I've done this time is I've designed a needle case that's just for your embroidery needles. So obviously on the front of it, here's the needle case, it says my soul is fed with needle and thread, and then if we open it up, so cute, it's got the needles in it that are just used for embroidery. So you've got chenille, crewel, milliners, sharps, tapestry, and then spares, because we always have a few spare needles we don't know what to do with. And these are all the pieces. So there's the cover front, that's the inside of the cover, there's all the pages, and then the little tab. That's the little tab, and that's all on the panel as well. So if you want a miniature version of the needle case, it's all there. On the back of the instructions as well, I've put a little piece of information. Did I just move them? Oh, there they were. I need to cover my secret password, one moment. On the back of the instructions, I've put a little bit of information for you, because I try and put other information where I can, what all those needles are for, and when and why embroidery you would use each of the needles that are there. So that you've got, so once you've filled it up and you're doing your embroidery, you need to know which needles what. I put that in there because the secret password's underneath. I only want members to join, because it's a members only club. Then you get the illustrated panel. So in the instructions, here's everything you need to know about how to make it, and I walk you through step by step about tracing, and I've gone through embroidery very simply, how to separate stranded cotton, the best way to start thread, the best way to finish thread. And I said, and we've got all of the embroidery stitches. There are 6 here. You only need to use 2, but I've given you the option if you want to learn more and embellish more. You've got 6 there. Then we've got all of the instructions for the needle case in detail with the photos. And then the next one is, if you want to make another project using the illustrated panel, I've got that hung up here, you get in the instructions to make the sewing project case. Now, as you can see, it features the illustrated block. You could use your made block if you wanted to, if you didn't want to save it for the quilt, but you could use your illustrated block on this one. That's entirely up to you. Now, it's a little case with handles, and if I open it up, I'll lay it down flat, you can probably see it better. Completely different to the other case. So this is for storing all of your embroidery or any sewing project. So I've got a vinyl pocket here, clear vinyl, so you could put your embroidery hoop and all your skeins of thread. You've got another little slip pocket in here to put more things in. It's all got press studs. And the fabric that I have used to make this is from the another panel that we've designed. This is the Amber Makes Fatter Quarter panel. It's called Vintage Sewing. On it, you get 4 fatter quarters, and that means they're bigger than a normal fat quarter. So they are 70 by 50 centimetres each. You also get some labels at the top of it, and you get some sewing machines for applique and threads, and then the fatter quarters you get, there's a small print, so that's the one that I used. You can see if I show you here, that's the one that I used on here. You then get a bigger pink print, and that's the one on there. And then you've got these 2 prints as well, so you've got one with sewing machines on and one with small things. So if you want to make the project storage bag and you want to use the same fabric, that's the fatter quarter panel. That's the one that's in the graphics at the moment, $19.99, but you don't have to. That's entirely up to you. So in the instructions, basically you're getting 3 sets of instructions. You make the block, you make the little embroidery needle case. I mean, obviously those needles can be used for other things, but I've chosen specifically the embroidery needles. And you get the full instructions to make the storage bag. And you then get access into the members only Facebook group, and you'll get the instructions for free to download for the Quilt Block Keeper. And you get to ask questions and join in. And it's so cute. Look, it's got a little embroidery hoop on the back of it as well. It's really sweet. So once you buy the bundle, you can learn embroidery. You can it's just because I wanted to be able to make this. Every month we'll be doing a slightly different, a different picture and a different technique. Some of them will be similar because there are only so many techniques, and some of them I wanted to repeat, but it would just be a slightly twist. And every month you will get a little project, the block project, and then an extra project. And at the end of the show, I will show you next month's. Don't let me forget, because I nearly forgot last month. Right, I'll put that to one side. Oh, so a couple of people have asked about last time. So if you missed last time, fear not, because we do have a few kits left. We sold absolutely loads of them last time. Obviously, so this is month number 1, and in month number 1 you made the sewing machine. Hang on, I need to open. This was demoed on the 28th. I just need to open my quilt block keeper. You got to make the sewing machine. So that was the block. There we go. Obviously, full instructions to make all of this. This is using piecing, just very general, simple piecing. That was the technique in this one. There's a little bit of sewing machine embroidery, really. A bit of applique on it as well, but it's mainly piecing. So that was the sewing machine. the free little mini project with it was the bits and bobbins case. So that's the pieces for this are on the panel. So it's the little zip case you can keep your bobbins in, your next project, your sewing machine. I use it to keep all my spare bobbins and threads in next to my machine. That's that one. And then the instructions are for the sewing machine cover, which the way that I've written it, can we come on to this one? The way that I've written it, it's a bespoke sewing machine cover made to measure. So the instructions show you how to measure your machine to make a cover to fit yours exactly, not one that randomly might or might not fit. This fits my vintage sewing machine exactly, not the one that's underneath. And I've used the illustrated panel for this, and this also uses the Amber Makes Vintage Sewing Fatter Quarter panel. So that's number one, that comes with full instructions, which are here. If you've bought number one and you want to join the secret Facebook group, then use your order number. Again, all instructions are in here. It'll be on the email that you had. Nice, a message from Andrea. I've started cutting out my month one panel. Usually I'm a bag maker, but I'm looking forward to expand skills, and this is a great way. I can't wait to get month two, from Andrea. Thank you, Andrea. That's a lovely message, and that's the idea behind this. There are loads of us out there have different skills. Maybe we're brilliant patchworkers, have never embroidered. I'm going to be covering EPP and FPP, and I'm going to be doing a bit of trapunto as well. So it's a safe place. It's a 12-inch block. You can just have a go. If you get to the end of it and you think, actually, I don't like embroidery, I don't want to do that again, at least you've had a go, you've got the illustrated panel, and then at the end of it, you can put the whole thing into this beautiful quilt, which I'm really looking forward to making. Can't wait to get all of that done. Right, so shall we get on? Well done for everyone who's checked out. And, you know, thank you for checking out. It will be lovely to have you all with us on this journey so we can all learn together. That's fab. But thank you for checking out so far. Right, we're all going to learn together. And Hannah's going to learn too, because she wants to be part of the secret group, but she can only be in it if she knows the password. And I'll know if she's copied off the back of the instructions. Yeah. Yes, but Hannah, when you try to join, we'll know you cheated. So what you do to start with is you take your illustrated version, cut roughly around some of the pieces. Take your illustrated version. There we go. This is to save on any templates to make things a little bit easier. Now I've done this in advance because I didn't want to waste time. But you take your piece of fabric that's labelled embroidery fabric and you lay it centrally on top. Obviously the embroidery fabric is not as big as the whole illustrated version. Lay it centrally on top, and luckily you can see through this. You don't even need to put it on a window. It's fine enough to be able to see through, because you need it nice and fine to do the embroidery. So place it on top and then trace over it. Use the best thing to use is a heat erasable pen, because that will iron off once you finish the embroidery, or if you go wrong slightly. I've found sometimes that when I trace things, if I go wrong at all, you could just get the tip of the iron and take it off. If you haven't got a heat erasable pen, then use a pencil, do it very lightly. But a heat erasable is best, because then if you don't stitch exactly over the lines, which I never do because I go off sometimes, then you can just iron it and they will disappear. Okay, so once you've traced that, you can put that to one side. Right, now you need an embroidery hoop to do the stitching. Not everybody will use an embroidery hoop when they're embroidering, but I honestly would suggest you do, because if you want to use different sort of stitches, they can distort and pull the fabric. You want to have a nice flat perfect finish. If I show you the one that I've done, I've used chain stitch for mine. It's flat, there's no puckers, there's no gathers, and that is purely because I've used an embroidery hoop. I don't think you will get the same effect. It's entirely up to you, and if you work slowly and maybe depending on the stitch you do. Now as far as size goes, it is better if you can choose a size that will cover all of your stitching so that you don't flatten. So both of these will fit. So I've got a 6-inch and I've got an 8-inch. Either of those is absolutely fine. So this is 14.5 centimetres diameter, or there's a 20 centimetres. Either of them is fine, because what you're doing, I don't like to work with a big hoop because you have to keep retightening it all the time. Or you can work with an 8-inch, up to you. Either will be fine. I prefer a smaller one, but this will cover the area a little bit better. What you must try, it's better if you cannot have to squash the stitching you've already done by moving it. Sometimes that's unavoidable because of the size of the design, but if you can avoid that, then get a hoop. So either of those will do if you haven't got one. And then you can store that. That stores really nice. That will store really nicely. I designed this so that you can quite easily keep your hoop in your project bag in the pocket. So it's all in there together. Now, I couldn't find at home when I did this one of those sizes. I could only find a really big one or a really small one. Not sure why. So I'm going to use a slightly different one for purposes of demonstration. So when you come to mount it, take the rings apart. You might have to undo the screw a bit. Take the rings apart and put the ring that doesn't have the screw on flat on a table. And then take your trace fabric and put whatever you're going to stitch in the centre. Remember, if you've used one of the bigger hoops, you'll be able to get it all in the centre. But because I didn't have one, I'm going to use a smaller one. I'm going to start by showing you how to stitch M. I'm going to start with measure. So it doesn't have to be right in the centre, because I'm going to stitch all the way around there. What you don't want is it right close to the edge, or you won't be able to get your needle there. So just lay it on a flat surface. Now undo the screw so you've got a bit of give, so it's not really tight. This isn't very thick fabrics, so you won't need to open it too much. The reason it opens up a long way is you might be using a really thick fabric. Place that on top. Try and keep the screw at the top, only it doesn't need to be absolutely central, don't measure, but vaguely at the top, because then it doesn't get caught in your thread. And then just press it on top like this. Now, it still looks a bit, do up the screw so it's almost really tight, almost too tight, but you'll need to tension this now. So now this needs to be drum tight. It's not at the moment, you can hear it. Then what will mean is while you're stitching, it will end up pulling the threads and distorting them. So hold the fabric and just pull it all the way around. Tighten the screw up more if you feel that you're not getting any tension, and then just push the hoop back down. So pull the bottom and push the hoop back down all the way round. And that one, and push it back down. And then pull all the way round. And if you find that's not giving it any if it's not making it nice and tight, just tighten up your screw again. So just spend a bit of time just getting it really nice and tight. It's cotton fabric, it's not stretchy, so you're not going to stretch it out of shape, but just get it really nice and tight. And now you can hear it, it's drum tight now. Now, what will happen while you're stitching is that will loosen every now and then. That will loosen. So as you're stitching, if you just then keep pulling it every now and then and retension it, you'll keep that nice drum tightness. Right, now you need to take some thread. Where did I put my needle case? There it is. And a pair of scissors. So you need some embroidery thread. Now, you can use any stranded cotton you want. I used a pink purely because it matched the pink that was on the illustrated version. But you can use any colour you want. Really doesn't matter. But I've chosen a pink. My thread I always wind onto thread spools, and I pick mine up home. But you can use one from a skein. So what you need to do to start with is take out cut off twice the length you need. Now I normally work with about 14 inches, about that of thread, 14 to 20 inches. If you have it too much longer, it gets tangled, too much shorter, you have to keep changing it. So just double that. and then cut double what you need. It's not an exact science, but if you work with any more than about 20 inches, it just gets too tangled and knotted. Now, this method only works if you're using an even number of strands, but I would suggest you use 2 strands for this. Now, stranded cotton, if you haven't seen it before, has got 6 strands in it. They are divisible, which means you can divide them. So you can see, if I lay them out, is it focusing? Oh, there we go. So if I lie that flat, you can see that's got 6 strands in it. I'm going to use 2, but because we're going to double it, I need to take out 1. Now, when you separate them, you've got quite a long length here. If you separate them and pull the thread that way, it will knot in the centre. So separate them and take 1 strand between your thumb and forefinger. Now, there are pictures in the instructions of this and all the details. So I've gone through this step by step, because one thing when I used to teach embroidery a lot at shows and things, and I worked on the magazines, and that was one thing people did, was first of all separated the thread wrong. Hold the threads between those fingers and pull it upwards. By pulling it upwards, you can see it's not getting tangled. So now I've got 1 strand and I've got 5 left there. If you pull it sideways, it knots in the centre. Put those to one side and don't lose them. Now you need a needle. Now the best thing, so I've got my needle case that I made earlier. The best thing for this is a crewel, or also called an embroidery needle, because they have nice oval shaped eyes, which means they're slightly larger, so they're easier for threading, and very sharp points, which means they'll go through this fine cotton easily. The other choice you have of a similar needle is a chenille, but they're much bigger with bigger eyes. Brilliant if you're sewing with all 6 strands, or if you're using a thicker fabric, but much too big for sewing with just 2 strands. But they are the same sort of needle, but just bigger. Anyway, take the 2 ends, put them together, and then you've got a loop at the other end. So you've got a loop at this end, the 2 ends there. Wet them, because I find it the easiest, and then trim them so they're really flat. This is my top tip for people who can't thread needles like me, because I can't see. And then you can then get both ends through your needle, through the eye of your needle. If you find that difficult to get them through, snip them again at a very slight angle, but they will happen. So now we've got 2 strands and we've got a loop. I'll show you on the flat on there, on the end. And that is the most important part. This is why we do this. It's that loop, which is marvellous. So I'm going to bring the needle up in the fabric, just where I'm going to start, actually. And I'm going to make a tiny stitch to start with. So bring it up. Don't pull it all the way through. Make sure there's thread on the back. In fact, hold it so you pull it all the way through, and then take a tiny stitch and push it all the way back again. Now if you're doing running stitch now, you can do the length of stitch, but I'm going to show you a different stitch. Just a tiny stitch, enough so it goes over a couple of fabric threads, and pull it back through. Now when you take through, push your needle through that loop on the end and pull it up. Now you've got a really neat start that's secure. You haven't got any ends that are going to get either come undone or going to get caught in other stitching. It's just nice and secure on the back of your work in a little loop. Obviously it only works if you're using an even number of strands, but try to do that, and it just makes it simpler. If there are other ways of starting which you can work through threads or you've already done, or leave a long length and sew that in later. So if you're using uneven number of strands, do that. So now we take it back. Now I have given you a choice of stitches in the instructions that you can use for this, and I've told you which ones will work better. I've used chain stitch for mine because I like the thickness of it. Let me show you on here. I like the thickness of it. I like the hand. I think it gives a really lovely hand finish look, and it curves nicely, and it's a good stitch to learn. It's a really useful stitch because it's an outline stitch, but it curves nicely. So I'm going to show you chain stitch to start with. So now I'm going to bring the needle back up at the end of the line again, and that little stitch that I made is going to just get covered. When you're stitching, just make sure the ends of the thread are sort of 3 or 4 inches down from the eye, otherwise they keep coming out, but not too close so they get sewn in. About 3 or 4 inches is okay. Now make a loop. Now in the instructions there are diagrams and full instructions of how to do every single stitch, but I just thought you might find it easier to see it. Make your thread into a loop. Push the needle back in exactly the same hole that it came out of, and then bring it back out a short distance away, which I would say is about 1/8 of an inch. The length of this stitch will determine the length of your chain, but the smaller they are, the better they curve. So you can practice this. Practice it on some spare fabric. Now, don't pull it all the way through. This loop needs to go under the needle. So can you see it's under? Now you can pull it all through. Do it slowly and don't pull it too tight. You've now got a little chain. To do the next chain, you do exactly the same thing. You push the needle back in through the same hole that the thread emerged from, but making sure obviously that that thread, that loop of the chain is still outside it. Push it back in and take it a short distance away. Now when you're going around tight curves like the top of this M, you could make the stitches a little bit smaller. They should be similar length, but if you can make them just a little bit smaller around the curves because they'll curve better. Then pull the needle through, making sure the loop is underneath, and you have another chain. And I'll do one more. Push the needle through, pull it out, and make sure the thread is under and you've got another chain. And then keep going all the way around till you finish it. When you need to finish a length of thread, so let's pretend we're finishing, we need to start another one. Try and finish, look at how much thread you've got. Try and finish at the end of a letter so you haven't got a join in the centre. It doesn't really matter too much. But to finish, just put the needle in over the loop so that the thread is coming out on one side of the loop and going in on the other side. It's like a tying down stitch. Pull that down and now that loop is tied into place. So the other stitch you could use for this is back stitch. Works really well. Really simple if you want to make it even simpler for yourself. That's nice to do. Really easy as well. So you're working back on yourself all the time. So bring the needle up, take it away a short distance away, and then bring it back up the same distance away from the end of that stitch as the length of that stitch is, because then the stitches will be the same. Put it back in exactly the same hole that it came out of. And do another one. Take it out a short distance away. Always bringing it up on the line. If it's not exactly, it doesn't matter. If you used a heat erasal pen, you can iron it away. But make sure the needle goes back in the same hole that it came out of, then you'll get a really neat back stitch. So that's back stitch. If you fancy doing split stitch, and I've used split stitch for round the top of the screw, because another thing that you embroider is obviously the embroidery hoop has a little screw across the top. And I use split stitch around the edge of that. I use satin stitch for the inside the screw and split stitch from around the edge. So to do split stitch, it's exactly the same as back stitch. But, I'll move over here. All the instructions explain to you about not trailing thread and moving over to different areas, but I'm just demonstrating for you, so just ignore that. So same as back stitch, you do a stitch, then you bring it up. But when you put it back down, instead of going into the same hole, overlap it slightly so you split the two fabric threads about 1/4 of the length of the stitch, just a tiny bit. There we go. Then bring the needle back up again in the same distance away and push it back in again to split those two threads. In fact, what I do is I run my needle down so it's almost, so you can see they're splitting them. It doesn't have to be exact, just try and split them. This stitch then, if you look really closely, has the same effect as chain stitch, because by splitting the stitches it makes them look like little chains, but it's obviously not as thick. So that's another option. There's also, you could use stem stitch as well, that works as well. The instructions are in there. I used on the end of measure, I used a running stitch. That's worked in the same way as back stitch, except you leave holes. I'll just show you that one. So for those bits I used running stitch. Remember, this is all in the instructions, and you can ask me questions. So for running stitch, easy peasy. Bring the needle up, take it back in the distance you want the stitch to be. Take it back out the same distance from the stitch as the length of the stitch and put it back in. So basically you're just leaving gaps. Your stitches and your gaps really ought to be the same length, like that. So that's running stitch. It does look funny when you've got the black lines underneath, but once you've outlined, now you can make those as long as and short as you want to be. So those are the stitches. The only other stitch that will be useful to learn is satin stitch, which I showed you that I have used for, there we go. I've used satin stitch. Can we show that? For filling in the top of the screw. And then to do satin stitch, I'm going to just show you on a spare piece. I'll have to undo all this later, just in the centre of my fabric, because I haven't got that one traced. You do just straight stitches to the length, so take it from one outline drawn to the other, and then do the next stitch right next to it and push it back in right next to where it came out. And the idea is that the fabric underneath is all covered. So you work these, they're just little straight stitches, all stitched right next to each other so the fabric can't be seen. But the most important thing is when you work satin stitch is that the back should be the same as the front. So always go in, out at the top, in at the bottom, out at the top, in at the bottom. Don't go out at the top, in at the bottom, and then out at the bottom and in at the top, because by having the back, let me flip it over, the same as the front, you get a slightly padded appearance, and it is much neater as well. So that's satin stitch. So that's all the stitches, and they're all in the instructions as well. There's only 6. You only really need to use 2. It's up to you. But by practicing on here, you will learn some more embroidery. And that was the whole aim behind this, is that you can learn something, but just in a 12-inch square in an easy way. So what's the time? Right. The next thing you need to do, no, I'm just looking at the time. The next thing you need to do is put the applique on. So let me just get those bits. Yeah, and then you could, this block, what I'm going to do in the end is I'm going to put my made blocks as well as the illustrated blocks together in my quilt, so that I have. No, there was suddenly a gemstone that came across the screen. Really confused me, like a diamond ring circling round. Just made me do a double take. It just really confused me. So there's the made block, and there's the illustrated block. So I'm going to put both of mine in the quilt because I think they look quite nice together. Same but different. Right. So what we're going to do now is, I'll take that one out of the way. We're going to do the applique. So once you've done all of your embroidery, now I didn't have time at home to do embroidery again, so I've just traced it on. And you need the circle, you've got to draw the circle on. That's quite easy if you place it on top of the illustrated version, although that's not a complete circle. I just worked out the sort of size of it, and then I just drew around a plate, but you do need the circle on there. Then press bondweb on the back of the scissors and the tape measure. What I've done there, I've left the paper on mine so that you can see. Then, oh, there's the bondweb. You don't need very much bondweb. Place your this will be embroidered, it won't be in black, you'll have embroidered this now. Place this on top of the trace, and then you can see where to put these. So I've pressed the bond web on and then I've cut round it. If you just take a pin and score across, that's just enough to be able to release the paper from the bond web. You don't have to use bond web. If you haven't got any, then don't worry. Just cut them out and pin them and then sew them on. And then place them on top. And because you can see through the fabric, I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly the same place, just vaguely. When you cut out the scissors, they are a little bit fiddly. You don't need to cut out the centre of the scissors, inside the handles, I mean, because it's white fabric and this is white fabric, so you won't notice any difference. Because that would be too fiddly. Oh, Mr. Carol. Morning, Rebecca. What an amazing and concise tutorial. Thank you from Carol in County Antrim. Oh, thanks, Carol. That's a lovely thing to say. It's really hard when you're showing people things, whether you are trying to do it so to explain it or whether it sounds a bit patronising. I mean, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be aimed at everybody from different levels. Now, do make sure this is sitting on the ironing board before you move it. probably better. If you don't have bonder web, just pin these in place now. I love bonder web because it makes my life easier, but you don't have to use it. Then, now I knew that I was going to iron on this, so I didn't use an erasable pen. I used a permanent marker because I knew, so don't worry. I didn't forget, or you think, why is that not erasing? Do not use permanent marker on yours. This is for demonstration purposes only, because that would be mad. So once they're stuck on, there we go. I just find it easy, but you don't have to use them. Then sew them in place. Now you could do it by hand using just a running stitch. I sewed mine on by machine. I just found it easier, and I just sewed really slowly and did a straight stitch all the way around the edge. Nothing fancy at all, but you could sew them on by hand if you prefer, but I just sewed them by machine. The next thing you need to do is the embroidery hoop. So I really want to show you that. I wanted my embroidery hoop to have a slightly three-dimensional appearance, so I put a piece of felt underneath it. You don't need to do that. You can just use the fabric as it is. You could put a piece of wadding. You could just put another piece of fabric. I just wanted it to be very slightly raised. Now, the way to do that is you take your embroidery hoop. The name of it is printed in the middle because you're not going to need that, so you'll get rid of that. Start off by pressing a piece of bonder web to the back. So that's the paper side, and that's the fabric side. So I'm going to press that to the back. Now I'm going to use, I have one of these fab plastic mats which are actually used for cooking cookies with. But you can buy these they're really good for cooking cookies on. Buy them from Kitchen Shop. Yeah. And the reason for this is I want to press that onto there, but the bonder web's going to stick to my iron if I do it that way, and if I do it that way, it's going to stick to my ironing board. But if you put them on these special mats, you don't have to have one of these. Just cut your bonder web to exactly the right size. But if you can just put a piece of spare fabric underneath, and then it won't matter. But I constantly get bonder web on my ironing board, so that's why I use one of these. It stops it happening. So once it's stuck, you see, because then it just peels off. They're brilliant. They're also very good for cooking. We don't have them. We do need to get hold of them because they are absolutely brilliant. Once you've done that, then take a piece of felt. Now we do have little squares of felt. We have little squares of felt. There you go, 99p, little square of felt. I'm not going to use that one because they might want that one back. But but you can see it's exactly the right size. No, I've got another piece, so I won't use that one. But you can see it's exactly the right size, and it's exactly the right colour, which is better than my felt. So use that one, 99p. Right, now I'm going to get my piece of felt, and I'm going to put some Bonder web. This seems a bit odd. I'm doing 2 lots of Bonder web, doesn't it? But 1 piece of Bonder web is to stick it to the fabric. But I'm going to need, I need to stick that to the base fabric. So remove the Bonder web from this to start with. You can cut it slightly if you want to. It doesn't really matter at this stage. We're going to cut it off in a minute anyway. Now we can stick it to the felt, like so. So if we trim off, I like to keep my fabric quite not too trimmed. I find it's easier to get it to stick straight. I should have really trimmed it before, so I didn't have Bonder web hanging off the edges. But try not to get it on your iron, it's a nightmare to get off. Right, little trim. Okay. Press that to your felt. Now, if you're not using felt or anything behind it, you won't need to do this stage. It says that in the instructions. But I just think it just gives it a little bit of thickness, but you could just use a thicker fabric. And actually, I started off thinking, oh, well, I need to use the right colour. You don't really see it too much, so it doesn't matter masses. I'm just going to cut roughly round this again. I won't need that. Then take your second piece of Bonder web and press the felt on there. That's because we're making it like, it's like a sandwich. So that's why you need 2 pieces. So I'm going to press it that side down. Now look, if you don't have one of these, just trim your Bonder web to the same size all round. And then you won't have those bits that will stick to your iron. I just wanted to get this done quite quickly, and this was the quickest way to do it. But if you get one of these mats, don't let anyone use it for cooking. You'll have cookies. There we go. Right. So that's pressed in place. Then what we're going to do, we're now ready, our sandwich is done, is we're going to cut round the hoop all the way round. Just go carefully, all the way around the edge of the hoop. Keeping it nice and neat. I'm doing it quite quickly, just to get it done. It feels nice and thick now because you've got all of this paper as well. Do yours a bit slower than mine and get it really nice and accurate. And obviously all embroidery hoops have that little gap, don't they, where the screw goes. So that's why it has the little gap. Very important. And they're all, and I like the wooden ones, which is why on the fabric you'll find it's got that lovely wood grain effect onto the fabric. And we don't like to waste any space, so that's why the centre of it's got the name of the panel on it, because you don't need that. There's so much on there. Amy does such a fab job. I give all these bits and pieces, and how she gets it to all go together, I've no idea. It must be a complete headache. I'm doing a nightmare jigsaw. Right, so now we don't need all of those bits. You can use that bit and stick it to something else. It feels like, well, I want to stick that to something, but I haven't quite worked out what I'd stick it to. So, right, there's my embroidered, pretend that's embroidered. We need to remove the Bonder web from the back of here next. Okay, and then just centre this. You don't really need to use the tracing because now it's quite a set size, so you can sort of see. Because it's quite solid, because you've got the felt, it's quite, you won't really distort it. But try, I mean, have a look at the illustrated one and see, you know, where the screw is. Because actually, if you look at the illustrated panel, you can see I put it slightly off centre. It doesn't need to be, just to make it get a little bit of movement. There we go. Make sure that that it's central within your circle, and these are central. It doesn't. Just do it by eye. You really don't need to measure it, and then press it in place. like so. There's so much, there's loads on this panel, but this is just this section. And you know, and it's not bad, you've only got a little bit of embroidery. So once you crack that, you'll be going, and then the rest of this is probably, you know, if you've machine sewn before, this will just, you'll understand all this. You're learning different things. So now you've now, if you haven't done applique before, you're learning like, well, okay, so what happens if I make it slightly padded? The next thing you do, I mean, remember this is really is all in the instructions, is work a machine zigzag around the outside. That holds it in place. I'll show you on the finished one, and just gives it a really nice, neat edge. Then put it back on top of the illustrated panel and trace around the screw and embroider that into place. And then the final thing that you do is you cut around, I brought mine with me, my glorious pinking shears, this circle that you drew, cut around it in pinking shears, just because it gives it that nice finished edge. If you don't have pinking shears, cut around it with normal scissors and work like a machine zigzag. But if you haven't got some, buy them. Do you know, we do have them on the website. All of my dressmaking, I never finish seams because I hate it. I pinking shear all of them because that's what they did in vintage dressmaking. Always. And I love the look of pinking shears. Just one little tip, when you're doing a continuous line and you want it to look neat, once you've done one lot of pinking, open up your shears and match the last little cut, the last little V with the one before, and then you'll get a nice line. Otherwise, if you just do it, which is fine when you're doing your dressmaking seam allowances, but for something like this, otherwise you'll get an uneven, like a V overlapping. That's just one little thing. So pink the edge all the way round. Then you take your background fabric, which is on your panel, and this is the same size, slightly bigger than the illustrated version, so that you can trim it down. I like to be able to trim things down. Place this on the center of it, and then what I did is I sewed it into place around the outside of the hoop, around the inside. So if I show you the one I've finished, by doing that, that leaves these edges free, and I think that gives it like a really realistic, like that's what embroidery would look like, because when you mount embroidery into a hoop, don't know what I've done with that. Where's my embroidery in the hoop? I've got so much stuff on my table I can't find anything anymore. Oh, anyway, I don't know where that's gone. When you mount embroidery into a hoop, you always have that loose bit around the edge. Now, if you don't want to have that loose because you're making it into something and you're using it for something else, just stitch it into place around the edge as well. But if you sew machine stitch, you can see on the back, can't you? I sewed round the outside and round the inside. And then that is the block finished. So the needle case, all the instructions are in there. It's really simple about how to make the pages and construct it all there. You know, you don't need me to show you that. That's all in the all the same instructions that come with it. So just to give you a quick recap. Well done to everyone who's already got them. Please. Oh, from Neve. Morning, Rebecca, got my block too. Oh, thank you, Neve. That's brilliant. Don't forget to join the group because you get your free instructions. But you don't, you don't have to join the group. But if you do, it'll be lovely to hear from you. You can ask any questions. You won't be missing out on anything by not joining it. I'm not going to be putting in, everything you need will always be in these instructions. It's only if you want to join it. So in the block, just a quick recap. On the panel, you get everything you need. You get the illustrated version of the block. Then you get all the pieces to make the block itself. So you get the background fabric, the embroidery fabric, the applique for the embroidery hoop, the tape measure, the scissors. You get all the pages for the needle case. Everything you need is on there. And then in the instructions, there are all the details for exactly how to make it. It explains about the sewn block of the month, what it does. There's tips involved. Very, you know, everything I've talked about starting a thread, finishing a thread, threading your needle, all the very detailed stitch guides, all the needle cases on there, and then all the instructions for, I know, for $14.99 you've got loads, and the whole sewing project case with all the fabric that you'll need, so you can easily write a shopping list, and all the pictures. And then on the back is the secret code. Right, before I go, I need to just show you next month. So, oh, we got to do the fatter quarters first. Right, so the fatter quarters, this is the fatter quarter panel for vintage sewing. So you get 4 fat quarters that are 50 by 70 centimetres, and that's the fabric that I use to do the project case. There we go. Now, because I showed you earlier, you get, if you join the Facebook group, you get the instructions to make the quilt block keeper. The fabric that I use for this is on this fatter quarter panel. Yeah, the spools I'll show you in a minute, but if you want the fabric, 5 fatter quarters, you've got little hexies, big hexies, a floral, and a gingham check. So that's if you want to make that exactly the same. If not, I have listed in the instructions for this all the fabric sizes. It's just if you want the same. Block 1. I've got too much stuff on my desk. Block 1. So I just tripped over my bag on the floor. Here's block 1. Everything you need. So there's the illustrated version at the bottom. You see? Because I can't see. Oh, yeah. And then you've got all of the fabric pieces you need, from the sewing machine base to the sewing machine to the background fabric and the applique dials and threads, and then the pieces to make the bits and bobbins purse. That's on there. In the instructions, again, exactly like the hoop art, you've got pages of it, you've got exactly how to do it. There's an illustrated guide of how to join the sewing machine together. There's the instructions on how to make the bits and bobbins purse, and then the full instructions of how to measure your sewing machine and make a made-to-measure sewing machine cover. That's all on block 1, which is also available. Next month, and it's going to be on the 26th of April. Not a Monday, because it's my mum's birthday that Monday, very important. So I moved it to a Tuesday. Can't miss her birthday. So it will mostly be on Mondays, except for April when it's on a Tuesday. This is, in fact, I put the block inside my block keeper to keep it nice and neat. Let me take it out. This is the block. It is called Spools of Thread because it's spools of thread. So there we go, spools of thread. So the technique here is very basic piecing, where you learn how to cut off the corners. There's a bit of applique, but this one's quite unusual because the needles are threaded in and out, so it shows you how to do that, and some very simple embroidery to make the spools of thread. You also get to make, like we had the needle case, so that was the little project with this one. On this one, you get this little, all the pieces are on the panel to make the Keeping It Real thread holder. And in that, you can keep a reel of thread. So you get the pieces to make that next month, and the instructions to make the Store It tote bag. So you've got I put the illustrated version on the front, and it's got loads of pockets all the way round. And on the panel, there's a little label that says Keeping It Real that's on the panel that you buy in the kit, and I use that to put on there. And this is a new fatter quarter that won't be available till next month. I used to make the outside of it. So that's next month. So if you joined this month and you've been with me last month as well, this will be the 3rd one. So thank you so much for joining me. I hope you enjoy. I hope you learn embroidery. If you've got any questions, please do ask me. On your instructions are the email address, and if you join the Facebook group, if you've got any problems with that, just email me on the address that you've got on the back of the instructions if you've got any questions at all. Anyway, thank you for joining me this hour. Do you know what? In the next hour, we've got Adam back again. Adam is back with this gorgeous, gorgeous dress. There we are. Isn't it pretty? I love it in that black and white. It's the Betty dress by Sew Over It. I love the polka dot, but obviously we've got loads of other fabrics to choose from. Anyway, he's going to come back and he's going to do a little bit of an invisible zip masterclass. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. And look, I've got a friend. This is Betty. Look, isn't she lovely? Look, isn't this dress gorgeous? In fact, if I swizz her enough, ooh, she doesn't like that. But she's got a beautiful circular skirt. So when you twiddle around, or if you twiddle yourself around, it flows really nicely. You get a really good swish to it. Sleeveless, so it's beautiful dress to wear in the summer, obviously, but you could layer it. You could wear it with a short sleeve, like a pretty blouse or a t-shirt, or even a long sleeve t-shirt, because it has got this lovely open sleeveless arm here. So I think it would be nice to layer. I quite often wear things. I've got a lot of summer dresses that I wear in the winter just with a long sleeve top, or if you just want to wear a little one. Lovely though, isn't it? I'll get Adam to talk you through all the design details and the different bits here. And I know it has an invisible zip on the back, but we'll go through all of that. But first of all, let's have a look at the patterns. Now there are two patterns. They're exactly the same pattern. They are just two size variations. That's the only thing. So if we go to the smallest one, this is for sizes 6 to 20. And that's still really wide size range. That's a 31 to a 45 inch bust. So remember that one, 6 to 20. Now, the back of the packet that tells you all of those sizes and all those measurements is photographed and it's on the website. So when you click on, you've gone on Watch Live and you've scrolled down there, if you click on more details, the back of the pattern's there, so you can check that. So don't look at the size, look at the measurements. So, because different patterns have different measurements for different sizes. So measure your bust, waist and hip and then decide what size you are. So that's the smaller one, 6 to 20. The half of the stock has already gone of this one. And it is the first time that we've had it on air. But I mean, we have featured Sew Over it before, and I know that you love them, but it's the first time that we've had this one on air. It's quite exciting. Then the other size, there's a bit of an overlap here. So this one is size 18 to 30. So Adam, how do you decide? Oh. Say I was a 20, how would I know which one to buy?
Well, the thing is, I think you've got to think about getting the most from the pattern.
Yes.
And if you might make it for somebody else.
Oh, true.
Or I suppose that could be an option. Yeah.
Because they both cover size 18 to 20.
20, yeah.
Depend on... Oh yeah, I guess if you want to, yeah.
I mean, I know sometimes, I don't want to overcomplicate things. I know sometimes in different stores, they have different fittings, the different fits, but I would imagine that the fit on an 18 to 20 on the one pattern will be the same on the other, I would imagine.
So I guess it just depends, where you think you're going to use it, if you're going to use it again, which end you're going to use it to. Okay, good tip. So this is sizes 18 to 30, exactly the same as the dress. That goes from a 45-inch bust up to a 57-inch bust. So do your measurements to decide which size you need to buy. Don't just go by what the size is, because it might not be the size that you think you are, because all patterns are different, aren't they? And all shops are different. Beautiful. The pattern paper's lovely. I won't open it all up. But in the pack you get full instructions, little booklet. Everything you need to know is in there, and you get all the pattern pages. Really nice. There's 2 wadges of them there. Really nice thick pattern paper as well, so lovely to use, and it all comes in an envelope, so it's very easy to store it all again. And it's got on here the list of all the fabric recommendations and all the other notions that you need. So shall I show you the back of the dress? I'll try and do it slowly because she sort of fell off her plinth a bit earlier. So it features a lovely invisible zip down the back, nice fitting bodice, and Adam will talk you through all the details, but you've got some nice darts here, so it's a really nice fit. You've got bust darts and side darts, and then a lovely circular skirt. A real classic. I love it in this black and white polka dot. It is. It's just a really classic summer dress that can be, depending on the fabric you use, I guess depends on how full it looks.
Absolutely. I mean, you could really go to town on the fabric. You can make it look really quirky if you wanted to, but this is really timeless in this polka dot.
It is, isn't it? That goes with everything.
It gives me 50s vibes, and I'd pair it with a flash of colour. I might add like a red belt or a yellow would go with the black and white.
Wouldn't it? Yeah, a little narrow red patent belt.
That would be very 50s,
wouldn't
it?
But be gorgeous.
It's beautiful style.
So we've got a few fabric choices for you. So first of all, the black and white one that the dress is made in, you've got enough fabric in here for the biggest size. How much fabric is that? 4.5 metres? 4.5 metres, can I see in that screen? 4.5 metres of fabric, £34.99. Half of the stock of this has already gone before we even got here. So 4.5 metres, £34.99. We've got another spot. This is a smaller spot. Let me just show you. There you go. The difference. That is a smaller spot. This is a lovely kind of a mid, like a royal. No, it's not as royal as a royal blue, isn't it? French blue. It's a French blue with a smaller white spot. Let me turn it around so you haven't got the label. 4.5 metres again, £34.99, which I think is extremely good value for 4.5 metres of dressmaking fabric, £34.99. Look at this one. This is really cool. This is brand new. I love this one. It's the this is Rose and Hubble. It's dancing skeletons in a floral background. Just a bit fun. And when you look at it from a distance, it just looks like a pretty floral pattern. And then when you get close up to it, you think it's got dancing skeletons in it. Just really fun, isn't it? Brand new. It's that kind of Mardi Gras thing, isn't it?
I'm going to say it's giving me almost Frida Kahlo
Frida
vibes.
Kahlo, that's what I'm
Day
thinking.
of the Dead kind of thing.
That's exactly what I got from it.
It's really cool.
I wonder what it's called. It's probably called something like that. Has it got a name, Hannah? No. So it does anyway. It says Rose and Hubble. Sometimes they give the names of the fabrics on it, but they haven't. So I don't know what it is. But it is a bit Day of the Dead Frida Kahlo. It's gorgeous, though, isn't it? So you want something a bit fun, and people get close to you and go, "You've got skeletons on you." But I love that one. It's fab, isn't it? But it's really, really fun, and it's bright and fun. It's lovely. I love black for summer dresses, particularly with floral. It always makes you look a bit browner as well. Don't know why. Then I've got the pink floor. This is the one that Adam is going to be demonstrating with. This is very pretty summery, isn't it? It's vintage roses. Lovely cream background, really pretty roses with sort of sagey green leaves. Very English afternoon tea.
Absolutely. It is. It definitely plays to the vintage vibe again, doesn't it?
Well, the dress has that vintage vibe to it, doesn't it? So this fabric works really
works
well. For your tea dance, $34.99. It's very pretty, isn't it? And then one last fabric, if you fancy red, because we've gone for all the prints, all the colourways, all the ideas. So this one, beautiful. This is the most popular on pre-order. It's a really lovely, like, tomato red with white flowers, and they've got lovely mustard coloured centres. But you can see the scale of the print. It's not too big, because I think with a dress like this, you don't want a massive scale, because I think it might get lost in all the darts and things.
It needs to be ditzy, which is what all these fabrics are, so they're perfect for it.
Lovely. So that's the red one. Okay, so that's all the fabrics. So you just got to choose. If you go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, scroll down and go on to watch live, and from there you will see little pictures of all of those. So if you can't decide, you can have a check through. So Adam, what did you think of the pattern now? On a different pattern, different person? Or shall I move over to you?
Absolutely, and again, different things and different things to learn as well. And I loved it. It's absolutely fantastic in terms of being a classic dress, but having a lot of dressmaking techniques involved. There's quite a few darts, and I've sewn them up already. And I know that we quite often demonstrate darts, and just a few tips really is to come off the end and knot it so that you're not back stitching at the point of the dart. Do you want
the dress to point anything out?
Yeah, we can do.
Shall I bring her in?
Because actually, bring her in. Come on, Betty. That was my nan's name, you know. This is a bit of a sentimental make for me, actually.
Oh, is it?
Because I was making it on what would have been my nan's birthday, and she was called Betty. Oh. Well, I'm not getting sad about it. Like, I've got, oh, good, she's drunk.
She's been on the gin already.
She's been on the gin. She's been to the summer tea party. And the garden
gin
party. That's it. But yeah, just if you run off and don't backstitch on the end and tie off, it stops you getting a pimple almost at the end of the fabric.
That's quite hard to do, isn't it?
It is. It can be difficult, and there's lots of different methods that I've seen. But chalk out your darts first, which is what I've done on this, and put them in. You've got 2 on the front part and 2 side darts, and then 2 in the back as well. Now, what I would say definitely is make a toile of this particular dress.
Right. Okay.
If it's just for the bodice part, do that, because there's some fit involved in there with all these darts, and actually it's a nice pattern if you need to adjust the fit. You've got a lot of darts there to play with.
What, so you can let them out?
Yeah, you could let them out a bit or take them in a little bit, and really hone in a nice fit for you, because you've got all those darts and those areas in there to play around with, and then of course the side seams as well.
Yes.
So yeah, I've put all my darts in there and put my darts in the back pieces as well, and then I've just overlocked as I'm going, and I've finished those off. Just a note on darts as well, and it tells you in the pattern instructions actually to press your darts downwards for the side darts, and that makes them just lie a little bit nicer.
Okay.
And then your darts, these princess line darts, almost pressing them towards the back.
So what do they do then?
It's just contouring even more. So sometimes you might get simple shift dresses that have got darts just in the side, and but then the fit's a little bit looser from there. But this just adds more contouring and fit basically, and it's the same what the contour darts do on the back as well.
Oh, okay.
It's just add that nice fitted element to it.
Yeah.
When I buy men's shirts, I love shirts with contour darts in the back.
Do. You don't often see them though, do you?
No, but I like them because it gives me a nice fit, and that's what it's about really. Yeah, and it's a nice fitted garment. But because it is a fitted garment at the top, definitely do a toile, or at least a tissue fit, and
Yeah. So make a toile, and then because there are things like you can raise and lower these side darts, can't you?
Yeah, and I mean you can get into doing full bust adjustments and all of that. And usually, like, I'm not the most experienced in doing that, being completely honest. I tend to make these up in my sister's size, and she's pretty much a standard size. And I don't have to do that many adjustments for it. It just depends on the pattern, of course. But yeah, you could manipulate the darts and slash and spread your pattern so that you can get that. Okay. So at this stage, I'm just matching up the side seams now.
So
Rebecca.
in the size 6 to 20, there are less than 20 available once everyone has checked out. So if you want that pattern, size 6 to 20, you need to get checked out.
Get it quick.
So once you've popped all your darts in and made sure it all fits.
Yeah, that's it. Then you're going to sew the side seams. You'd probably want to sew the side seams, of course, to fit it.
Right, okay.
Bearing in mind that you've got a seam allowance on the back as well, because this is before we've got the zip in. And if I get time, I might brave it and do some of the zip.
I promised everyone that this is Adam's.
Oh gosh, well that's it now.
Invisible Zip Masterclass.
So,
which he's a bit nervous about. I said, but everything goes wrong even for the most experienced people. So there we go.
It's one of those things, sometimes the sewing gods, as I call them, are on your side, and everything happens perfectly.
Well, now you see I've said it could go wrong, it won't.
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed. So yeah, we're just going to sew up these side seams. I'm really lucky with the machine, it just does everything, all the finishing off, the back tacking, cutting off, lifting the foot.
It's a very nice machine.
Have you still got any in stock? Some might have gone over the birthday week. That maybe.
How long have Hannah's checking now? How long have you had your machine for now?
I got it at the Knit and Stitch show at Ali Pali end of last year.
Oh, okay.
I think it was about September, October time. I treated myself.
What is it then? Juki?
It's a UX8.
A UX8.
I know.
And why that one?
This one for me just has a lot of the Juki machines have a lot of industrial features that they bring from the industrial machines and they put into these. In terms of the feed and the feed dogs, this has got a industrial box feed which feeds the fabric for a lot better than your average machine.
Right, okay.
And you can convert it to just being straight stitch by taking this plate out, which from a dressmaking point of view appeals to me, because obviously like 9 times out of 10 I'm just using a straight stitch, and I want that reliable, and especially when I'm doing chiffon, because then it just works. So that's that bit. I'll talk a little bit about the skirt and we'll get that on. So the important thing to note...
Oh, we've got the sewing machine. Have we got some in stock? Oh, the graphic is coming in. Ooh. So if you're interested in Adam's amazing sewing machine, or if you've got any questions, because he knows all about them, the Juki UX8 sewing machine with exclusive bundle, save over £300, 3495. It's got extra feet and everything with it. But if you want to do it on 0% interest and spread it over 5 payments, it doesn't cost you anything, but if you want to spread it over 5 payments of £699, then you will get sent it direct from Juki straight away, and then the other 4 payments will come out of your account, obviously at monthly intervals until it's all paid for. But I remember talking to you before you bought the machine.
Yeah.
It is a joy.
It is, and do you know what? Yeah, it's a considered purchase, and I considered it for quite some time, and then I thought,
I considered it for long enough.
For long enough, and I mean, people would tell me, Adam, you don't need another sewing machine, and you always need another machine.
I know, I've got my eye on a new machine at the moment, and I need another one. I want the Elna 720 Pro.
Oh, very nice.
Because it's semi-industrial.
Again, yeah, it's because it's got, that appeals, doesn't it?
Yeah. I feel like it's a bit of a workhorse. I want something that's really going to last, and straight stitch is mainly what I do as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it does have hundreds of stitches as well, so you can do all,
yeah.
They all do.
I mean, this does. I mean, the lads at Franklin's and at Juki, They always make me laugh because they say, you know, the stitches come free with the machine. That's an extra, which is true. And I have played about with them and used them, but you know, you can make cool little. It's not an embroidery machine, but it'll write letters. So, well, it won't write, it'll sew letters, sorry, but it has a little handmade and sewn by or made with love. And,
that's
and
nice.
It's just a little cute touch. If you're, you know, making for gifts and things.
Well, I always think, you know, for sewers, we use these machines day in, day out, and then, like, you know, this is what we do.
Yeah.
Whether it's your job or your hobby or anything.
Absolutely.
So why not have something half decent?
That's it. I mean, it's hard, isn't it? Because there's sewing machines to fit every budget. And the very first one I bought was, you know, an inexpensive one. But now I won't be without this, but I'm doing a lot more sewing. And the thing is, it's kind of, yeah, you know, what was the expression my granddad always used to say? Buy cheap, buy twice. Or you know,
yeah, you get what you pay for.
Yeah, and all that.
Well, no, it is true, isn't it? It's like I've got through so many toasters.
Toasters?
Yeah, I only now buy expensive toasters. Because if you buy cheap toasters, they just don't last, do they?
Well, this is it.
But, you know, the problem is it's the budget thing, isn't it, you know?
Yeah.
You can buy extremely expensive toasters, which you can't afford.
And sometimes with everything else going on in life, and you know, a machine to your budget, as long as it's going to do what you need it to, but
yeah.
I mean, I needed it a lot more, which is why I went for this, so. And I went for the overlocker at the same time as well.
Did you?
I've just seen somebody on the Sewing Street Facebook page that just said they purchased the Elna air threader that John was demoing, I think. And she was like, I've done it, I've gone for it. And I'm like, yay, go you. Because, you know, especially in dressmaking, an overlocker is, you know, really handy to have.
Well, it's I've just overlocked the seams, isn't it? You see, and I don't have an overlocker, which is why I have a pair of pinking shears.
Yeah. I mean, I like to use my pinking shears too, but yeah, and especially if you're sewing a lot of stretch as well, an overlocker is invaluable. But even now, these edges, because I've neatened them off of the overlocker, are so nice to pair up now, especially on this cotton. Yeah. So, you know, I could almost do it without pins.
Because you've got that slight stiffer finished edge.
Does help. And you know, a lot of patterns now, like when I was sewing, I sound like I'm old, when I was sewing patterns, well, as a youngster, you know, it didn't really have overlocking written in the instructions, but a lot do now. This one does, or to finish off with your preferred method or however you can. So yeah, but overlocking, it just makes it neater. So what I've done, and you'd press these seams open now, is I've sewn the skirt panels together. This looks like a lot of fabric, and it is.
Is it a full circle?
Not quite a full, I don't know actually.
Well, I was when I was there, it's a circular skirt. I'm thinking, is it a circular?
Yeah. No, it is a circular. Yeah. Look.
Wow.
That's why you've got the two pattern pages as well, because the skirt piece. So
that's why you get that big swish.
Yeah, and it's lovely.
Yeah, look at that.
The front one's cut on the fold, so that's one piece, and then the back is in two pieces, obviously to accommodate for the zip and to be able to get in and out.
What I love about a circular skirt is that it's narrow at the front. There's no pleating, no gathering.
Yeah.
But you've got all that fullness, so it just happens.
That's it.
Nicely without having any fullness at the waist.
You get some lovely drape, and the reason you get that drape is because on the circle you're then playing with the bias of the fabric. Right. And if you're draping on the bias, you're always going to get a nicer drape, which is why as the skirt gets a little bit fuller, it drapes lovely here, and the pattern's actually designed really nice, so the drape and the fall isn't just sitting on one side or the other. It's actually got a real nice even, and that's the beauty of a circular skirt. So we've sewn them. All I'd say is just to make sure you've marked the back pieces, because it could be quite easy to get those confused.
Okay.
So I just marked it with a couple of pins here, but you could obviously do it with tailor's chalk. I'd put some notches in, and I snip my notches in just slightly, but obviously when you're overlocking, they can become lost. So the next thing to do is now to match up all of this fabric at the waist seam with the waist here, and it's quite simple, edge to edge.
What do you do if you've changed the darts and stuff, so the bodice is now narrower?
Yeah.
How do you fit it then? Do you just take in the seams?
Yeah, and that's a very good point. Yeah, you'd have to make sure that you accommodate for that. And yeah, you could take in, you've got 2 seams to play with here, which are the side seams. But yeah, if you have changed the darts in any way, like we were explaining earlier, then you'd have to make sure you've accommodated that. And yeah, you'd probably have to move it to a side seam, or you'd have to calculate it. So it could actually get a little bit complicated, that actually. So yeah, just be careful if you are doing that. You could, because this is cut on the fold, if you've like taken more fabric in here, you could spread you could spread what you need to take out of the skirt from the side seams, but you could also spread it from the fold down here as well. But you'd have to do a little bit of maths. I'm not very good at maths. I have to get my calculator
but,
out.
I guess the whole point in adjusting this, if you're cutting it to your size, is you're only going to be adjusting it a little bit. Yeah. Otherwise, you've cut out the wrong size.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'd say. Make a toile, and actually, yeah, you're right, Rebecca. If it's not fitting you, then go
really loads. You know,
yeah.
these are supposed to be adjustments. So we've got a message. Hi all, great shows with reference to the size overlap on pattern. The smaller sizes are based on a B cup, and the larger size is on a D cup.
Yeah.
From Jackie in Hertfordshire. Well, thank you for that message, Jackie. That's really useful.
I'm not going to lie, it's the one thing in ladies dressmaking that baffles me is cup sizes, and I've never delved into it enough. I did know that, is it your upper chest and then your full bust, one minus the other, and
I think it's the under bust and the across bust. Then it's the difference between the two.
Yeah.
And I think B is, I can't remember what it is, but it is like 1/2 inch, 1 inch, and that's the difference in the cup sizes. Oh, so the small is B cup, and then the larger patterns are D cups, based on that.
There you go. I've only got the one pattern with the smaller sizes on, so I haven't seen the comparison, but that's great to know. Thank you very much.
But you can do the small and the full bust adjustments, which is actually, I've got a book about it. If you follow how to do it bit by bit, it does sort of make sense.
Yeah.
It's just I'm just far too impatient.
Sometimes I have a day where I'll get into something really complicated, doing all that kind of stuff, and then other days I just want an easy sew.
I know, and it depends, and I sometimes think that's when I need to walk away because I'm not really into it. I had a crochet pattern yesterday, I just could not get my head around it, so I just need to walk away. And then later on I sat down and I wrote out the whole thing line by line.
Yeah, I sometimes do that with knitting patterns.
And it absolutely made sense, and I knew what I was talking about, but I just wasn't in the headspace to do that.
Yeah, you do have to be in the headspace, don't you? I do that with my knitting patterns though, you know. I sometimes write them out line for line, because sometimes it can become a little bit, hey, is it the next row or the row before?
Yes.
What do they mean?
Well, sometimes they're written with different sorts of punctuation. You think, what exactly are you meaning? And this had like 46 stitches, and I had to work out every single one, and then it all made sense. I thought, well, I would have written that different. And it was only a piece.
It's so hot, and you'll know this, Rebecca, when you're writing pattern instructions, it's like you need to make sure that a person on their own reading your pattern can do it, and it's actually quite hard.
It is really, it's really hard
to write it without confusing people.
Or without it being ambiguous or assuming stuff, I know.
Sometimes I have to stop myself from writing too much, because that can be equally as confusing. And
I think the most important thing, because I used to work on Simply Sewing, doing all the technical instructions.
Yeah, of course.
Is inconsistency in naming things. So you get somebody who would call it outer front bodice, and then in the next paragraph call it front bodice, and you'd think, oh.
Yeah.
So is there an outer front bodice, and eventually you'd work out, well, no, they mean the same thing, and it's that. If you can consistently call the same thing every time, that helps.
It helps, yeah. Yeah, well, I try to do that when I'm writing, and I try and put those bits in. Anybody that's bought my hat pattern will see I put bold and italics in as well, and that's to remind me as I'm writing it. I'm calling that a crown panel, and that's all the way through. So it's it's
almost, so when I used to have to rewrite people's instructions, I'd always have to start off with a piece of paper, and I'd list all the pattern pieces and make sure they were all caught, because they quite often changed name as they went through.
And it might be different on the pattern piece to the instructions.
Oh.
And do you know what? We had that when we were on the sewing bee, but I think that was deliberate to confuse us.
Really?
Well, not to confuse us, to test us. You know, maybe on Bake Off when they say, right, make some pastry, and they don't give you the full instruction. It's that kind of thing. So I've just sewn the waistline now.
I'm so glad I've never been on the Bake Off.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Can you imagine that when they go, make a shoe pastry?
Oh, can you imagine?
I'd
No,
have to
I won't have a
I'd
clue.
just get my coat.
I mean, I know what shoe pastry is,
Yeah.
but could I make it? Probably not. Does it start with a roux or something like that?
Yeah,
Sounds
it
about
pretty
right.
much does, and that's about as far as I know it as well. But I think, although to be fair, if I was going on the Bake Off, I think I might have a little practice.
Yeah.
It always comes up, doesn't it?
Well, that's it.
Because you've sewn that together really quick.
Yeah, and all I've done is just made sure that I've matched those side seams together and that they're lying flat as well. And then again, there's notches and marks for your centre front, and then obviously your sides as well. So that's there. So the next stage is to put an invisible zip in.
Yay! Yay! Well, it's right, you've got 10 minutes.
Yay! Can we do it? Right.
We've got 2 zips. We've got cream and white. Well, I guess, but it depends on which fabric you're using.
Yeah.
I don't suppose it matters too much. I mean,
no. I mean, this is my one from home.
yeah, they're the ones that we have.
Oh.
I've got one. Where's the other one then?
Is that an invisible one?
I have the white one here. Sorry, that's yours because it's still got the label on. Oh, hang on, Kat's found the cream one. Thank you. We've got cream and white ones. Just choose whichever one most matches your fabric.
Amazing. There you go.
So what are we doing now?
Changing the foot. Now this is the
That's a very nice
best
foot storage
thing.
section.
It is, isn't it? The best thing. You can use an ordinary zipper foot, but you want to get as close to the zipper tape as you can. These kind of feet with 2 grooves underneath really help to feed the zipper teeth through as you're sewing it and get really close to the edge. So a foot like that is fantastic.
Is that a concealed zip foot?
That's what?
A concealed zip foot?
Yeah.
No, did that come standard?
No.
No, I've actually got one. The only 2 non-standard feet I've got is a roller foot and a concealed zip foot.
Yeah, this does come with a lot of feet, and it comes with a lot of quilting feet as well, actually, for patchwork and stuff, which is cool because it's a great quilting machine, this as well. But you can purchase them separately, and that's I can't remember where I got that from now, but it fits my machine and it does the job. And it's a clear one, that, which is quite useful.
Oh yeah, no, mine isn't a clear one, but it does make a concealed zip easier.
Yeah. All right then, very quickly, my tips. I'm chucking pins at you now. Sorry about that, Rebecca.
So I'll save them for later.
My tips for doing this is to lie out the dress as it'll be, so we can see that we've got the shoulder seams there. All right, so that's the dress, and we're right side out. With your zip done up, just place your zip where it needs to be. So I can see that's it. That's how I want the zip to fit in, all right?
Yeah, so right sides up.
Yeah, so I can physically see. So now I know that I've got to take this left side, on my left side, and it's got to go right sides together on this left side of the dress. I'm just going to unzip it now and just flip that bit over onto there. So now I know I've got that the right way. Now, in the instructions it says to have the teeth part down 1.5 centimetres, and this is just over 1.5, so I know I'm about right. But for the purposes of showing you how to put this in, we're going to pin it all the way down the centre back. Now at this stage, if you wanted to baste it in as well, you could do, and it just gives that extra security before you go under the machine, and might also help with matching your waistline up as well, and I'll show you a little trick to match your waistline.
So you just match edge of zip tape to raw?
Yeah, I am doing with this because it's about 1.5, this zip that I've got, but obviously you've got to be at your seam allowance. Now if your zipper tape isn't that, then you could press your seam allowance in down the centre back, so you could press 1.5 centimetres and follow that line as well. That's another good tip. What I've also pre-done with this zipper tape is I've pressed open the teeth.
Okay.
Just be careful doing that if it's a plasticky type zip, because obviously you don't want to melt it. But what I find is it just opens the teeth enough then to get really, really close.
Okay.
To the teeth, which is what you want, because you want this zip to be concealed and invisible. Now I've got it pinned. Again, I'm just going to do another check, and yeah, that's going to be the right way. I can see that.
So it's like lots of checks.
Yeah, just keep checking, because it's amazing, and you can get confused. I get confused quite easily sometimes. Is that right? Yeah, and I always just, you know, dummy run it. I have to see it.
So do you do one half at a time as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, these feet are great because there's grooves on both sides. So whether I'm sewing down this left side or the right side, I can switch between the groove that I need to be in. Just going to lower the foot there. I'm going to take that first pin out. I must be mad doing this live.
No, it's all going to be good now.
We say. I'm just making sure that I have got that in right.
It's not a competition.
It's not a competition.
There's no winners and losers in this one. We won't judge you on the neatness of your concealed zip. I might move Betty out of the way for you.
And I'm just going to now, yeah, I've got the teeth in, which is fab. And because I've pressed it, all the more the better. And we're just going to stitch all the way down here. I really want to get to show you how to do the other side as well, because we've got to match through the waistline, because we want those seams to match up. We don't want a wonky seam at the back.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And if you were, I mean, I'd never be pattern matching this fabric. It's nice and ditzy, you don't need to, but if you were doing a pattern match through an invisible zip, you could mark on the zipper tape like significant points of the pattern so you get it right on the other side.
Oh God.
It can get complicated. I'm not doing this to scare anybody, I'm just doing it to kind of say, look, you can put an invisible zip in, they're not as scary as you think.
But don't start with pattern matching at the same time as well.
Yeah, don't know. If you're new to invisible zips, I used to just take 2 pieces of fabric and try putting it into 2 pieces of fabric to start with.
You don't need to be putting it in a dress to start with, but just give it a go.
And then just so as far down to the bottom of the zip as you can do. I think this pattern calls for a 16-inch zip, but sometimes, you know, the longer the better, as long as it's not the full length of the dress. And there we go, that's the first side sewn in. Now, again, at this stage, a quick check. Will it zip up? Because you don't want to have gone so close that you've caught the teeth. Oh gosh, we've done it. It does.
Look at that.
And as you can see on that side already, it's really, really close.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm pulling it away. You can just see about 1 millimetre of the zipper tape.
Hang on.
But that's as close as you're going to get, really. You can't even see it on there, look. If you can see that side, I'm pulling it. But yeah, fantastic. So that's in there. Right, and again, all I would do now at this stage is make a mark at the waistline. Now you can do this with some tailor's chalk, you can put a little nick in the tape, but basically that's my waistline, and I want to just make a little mark at the waistline there. So I know that that needs to match the waistline on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the key point.
Exactly. Because if you've not put your zip in particularly straight and it's gone a little bit wobbly, then there'll be some play in measurement. And it doesn't mean that just by starting in the same place on the other side that you're going to match up. So what we're going to do now is just, again, lay it out. I'm going to unzip this, and I know I need to be right side to right side, so it's going to go over like that. I'm just going to put a pin in there so I know I've got it the right way. But I'm going to match from that waistline now. So I'm going to find that little nick that I made. So little I can't find it, there it is.
Lots of people loving your demos, Adam. Got lots of messages in. I know, he doubted himself.
It's not the easiest thing to...
No, it really isn't. I
do, but I say that it's not the easiest thing to do live on air with pressure and time. But when you're at home, like if you're taking your time to do it, it's absolutely fine.
Well, also, if you practice, you'll get used to, okay, that's too close to the teeth. That's not close enough. If I do that, that does, you know, it's...
And what you can do as well, you could baste it in by hand, you could baste it in with an ordinary zipper foot first. Just make sure you, obviously, if you're basting on a machine, that you lengthen your stitch. So, you know, if you do need to adjust it or pull it out. And the unpick is your friend in this instance. If it doesn't go right, you can always unpick it.
Yeah. But it's sort of taking time to learn these skills.
Yeah.
That although you think, oh, you know, I'm not making something, but then you can use them in loads of other things.
Exactly.
You're not born knowing how to put in a concealed zip that I know of, except for Hannah. Claims that she was.
Is
When all this goes on, we'll get her out.
Okay. She can come and rescue me
show us
then.
how to do it.
So I'm just sewing down the other side of the zip now. Pressing it open just makes it so much easier. If you don't press it open, you have to manipulate with your fingers at the machine the teeth to sit as flat as they can to feed through the groove. But because I've pressed it, it's just doing that now anyway.
Yes, that's what you mean.
Which is fab. So
Well, otherwise you've got to try and sew and hold the teeth.
yeah,
flat.
exactly. Make sure as well that you're not catching any layers that you shouldn't be. I constantly have to check, especially when I'm understitching stuff and doing bagging narrow straps out and things. We'll just get to the end of this bit. See, I'm doing this, don't make sure you pin it all the way.
You're fine, we've only got a couple of minutes left anyway.
I'm going a bit rogue and I'm doing it without pins, but my fingers have become my pins. So the more I'm dressmaking, the last couple of dresses I did, well, I shouldn't really say it, but when I put that one in last night, the zip went in, I did it without pins. But that's because...
You're a pro.
Well, I won't go that far, but I'm used to doing it now, you know, and you think the more you do something, but that's because I'm doing a lot. But I would always pin and sew, especially if I were pattern matching or anything like that. Okay, this will be the moment of truth, won't it? Have I sewn it in the right way? Is it going to zip up? Now, at this point, this can be the confusing point, because sometimes you see it and it's like, oh gosh, that's not right.
Yeah,
What have I done? What have I done? All you need to do is just flip that.
And then take a deep breath.
And take a deep breath and go, yay, I've done it.
Oh, that's
Once I've
fab.
pressed it, that'll sit right. But do you see, just making that notch, that it just lines up that seam?
Look at that.
I can't quite believe I put an invisible zip in on Sewing Street.
Ye of little faith. You see, good job I believed in you.
Yeah.
Look at that. Can we just do a close-up of that? What do you think?
It's hard to see with the pattern, I suppose. It's
I don't
beautiful.
know whether you can see it or not, but can you see how beautifully... Look, that's waistline matches.
But it's not magic, really. It was just making that little knot and matching that bit up first.
And then doing the...
And, you know, if you have got a little bit of play in the zipper tape at the top there, use that as your first reference point, that notch.
Yeah.
And then make everything else fit. It's a nice stable fabric.
It's lovely.
I won't be able to put one in jersey. I won't want to.
We'll give you some press stuff for that. No, I wouldn't want to either. But that's beautiful. Thank you, Adam. That's
Wonderful.
been fab.
Wonderful. Have we got just 1 minute just to explain what happens with the facing? I won't do it.
1 minute. Hannah says you can only have 1 minute.
Thank you, Hannah.
I know.
So what would happen, you'd open it up now and you've sewn the facing together. It's this long, weird, strange looking piece. I've joined it and overlocked the lower edge and right sides together, so it'll be the other way, but just so you can see, right sides together, that'll be matching all up there. You'd sew around, leaving a little bit of a gap at the top of the straps, and then you'd understitch like we were this morning, the collar as far as you can,
nice
the
bit,
neckline,
okay.
the arm, the underarm, and then the back, and then you'd be able to turn it through and you join the lining together, and then you join the actual face fabric, the dress together, and then you can turn it through and you can actually flatten it out then.
Right, okay.
To
Yeah,
sew
no,
it
that's
in.
lovely. Well, thank you.
And then
That's
obviously hem it.
fab.
There you
so
go.
much. I'm just going to go through the patterns. Right, do you want to recap these first? Okay, so the pattern that Adam's been using, the Betty dress, it comes in 2 different size ranging. Sizes 6 to 20. Very, very, very limited, this one. If you want this one, you need to get it checked out. It's very, very limited. Loads and loads and loads. Obviously, loved Adam's demo so much. And shown how easy this is to do, a little bit of patience.
That's it.
But do make a toile of the bodice, as Adam says, make it fit. And then the other size range is sizes 18 to 30. Size 18 to 30, that's the other size range there. If you go onto the website, click on more info, the back of the pattern there's a photograph of, and on here, as you can see, are all the sizes and the measurements, so you can choose which pattern you need. Adam's patterns. Now Adam's obviously not just a sewer, he's also a pattern maker as well. Now the first pattern that Adam ever did.
I know. I remember chatting to you as I was designing it. I was like, I'm making little patterns.
I know, we chatted about this, Baker Boy Cap, and there it is. It's a real thing now. Real thing. So if you want the pattern, because it keeps selling out, but if you want to watch back the show, they're all on YouTube. 26th of October last year was the first time that Adam demonstrated it. And the most recent time was the 2nd of March. So if you want to go back and rewatch the shows after you've got the pattern, those are the dates. It's all on YouTube, you can just search it. Oh, and you get the peak of the cap in here.
Yes.
What is that made from then?
It's made from plastic.
Oh, okay, because it needs that stiffness.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and it's just, yeah, it gives it that stiffness.
Yeah.
And
well, that's really nice.
rigidity.
That's in there then.
Yeah, it was just a little
Where would you
extra
get
that
it
I
from
kind
otherwise?
It was my unique selling
Yeah,
point.
I think that's lovely. Well, otherwise, where would you get that bit from?
Well, this is the thing. It was born out of, I wanted to make one after we'd done the show, so I made one for myself. The one we made on Sewing Bee didn't fit anybody, so I made my own pattern. Then I graded it up, but it was getting hold of the peaks that was difficult.
Right.
So if I had that problem, then I was like, right, I need to kind of overcome it. And there's different ways, and it's all great. But I decided to.
I think that's brilliant, because it's the sort of thing. It's small, but it makes a big difference to be able to find that.
Small but significant.
Small but significant. Yes, I like that. So that's the Baker Boy Cap. Very limited if you fancy making one of them. But most recently, now he's an experienced pattern maker. He's got another one. It's a wrap. The cape. The 2nd of March this was on, if you want to watch it. If you want to watch back, go onto YouTube, put in Sewing Street 2nd of March 22. What's the size of this one then?
It's one size.
One size?
It's one size. On the last show I did, I explained where you could make it a little bit bigger if you wanted to, but there's a lot of ease in it with it being a cape. But you could make it longer or add a little bit more if you wanted.
I bet it's lovely. Gorgeous. So all you need is a snap fastening and a button.
Yeah, it's a nice beginner project, and it teaches you, I suppose, a bit about facings and understitching again.
Well, there you go. Or you can get both of them. There's the 2 patterns, the Baker Boy Cap, and It's a Wrap from Adam. Thanks, Adam. It's been fab having you on today. Do you know when you're back in, so we can make sure we're here watching?
11th of April, I think, so not too far away.
No, it's not far.
And then I've got my date for May as well, which I can't recall. But yeah, you keep having me back, I'll keep coming.
Fantastic. Good. Well, now you've done the Invisible Zip Masterclass, what shall we have next time?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Well, it depends what pattern we're doing.
Challenge for
I'm
you.
all for a challenge.
We'll go full bust adjustment then.
No.
Thank you for joining me on Sewing Street today, but don't go anywhere. We have got Yarn Lane because it's Monday. And it stays on Sewing Street, so if you want to get ahead, you know Sam's kits are always really popular, and she has got brand new ones today. Absolutely love them, and I have to meet her to see which the bag I want because they're all gorgeous. So she's waiting in the wings. She will be with us in just a moment. So please do get ahead. Go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, scroll down to get ahead and pre-buy the kits before Sam comes, and then you can sit down and watch the demo. Hope you enjoy it. Love to hear your feedback. Please do message Sam while she's on air if you've got any questions at all. And thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street, and I will see you in just a second on Yarn Lane.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Welcome to Yarn Lane. It's Monday, it's Crochet and it's Yarn Lane. Oh, how excited am I. Now, let's get through some of the boring admin to start with. If you want to shop on Yarn Lane, of course you do, you need to go onto www.sewingstreet.com and shop there. You just click on Watch Live, scroll down, all of the kits are listed there. Much easier. It doesn't matter whether you've got a Sewing Street account or a Yarn Lane account, same with number anyway, you can use both. And if you want to call to order, you can do that on the numbers on the Sewing Street website. The Yarn Lane, to clarify, website still exists. It is still there. It's exactly the same as it was before. All of these kits will be on the Yarn Lane website later. It is just during the show. We have found a lot of people while they're watching the show, they're watching Sewing Street. The majority of Yarn Lane viewers are Sewing Street viewers as well. They're watching the Yarn Lane Sewing Street view. Then they have to move over and then it gets really confusing. So the Yarn Lane website, when you want to buy your tools, your accessories, your crochet hooks, your blocking boards, all of the other stuff, all of the previous kits, it's all on there. It hasn't gone anywhere. It is just to make it easier. There is no conspiracy, I assure you. Right, admin out of the way. Now, we have got brand new kits from Sam Sabido, just saying. Plus, later on, some of our favourite kits from Sam as well, with, and I'm not going to tell you what, but it's a special treat, and we are not going to do those until we finished doing the brand new ones, but there will be a special treat for some of our favourites of Sam's kits. So, brand new kits there. First, morning, Sam.
Morning.
Tell me about the bags and why did you design them, and then we'll look at the kits.
You know how I love a granny square and a
Me
variation
too.
of a granny square, so it was playing about with that theme and just wanting something really big that you could fit your...
Do you want to hold yours and then you can show us?
Your
and I'm going to hold mine.
project or beach stuff, just something, food when you go to the shops.
Yes.
Just a really nice size bag that you can put on your shoulder.
And it's bigger than I thought as well.
It's a good size,
which is
isn't
great
it?
because I've been looking at them on
Yeah.
Instagram all week trying to decide. So
Yeah.
size-wise, It's fab. It's you know, it's nicer that it's bigger, but it's bigger than I thought.
It's good. It's a good size, and they're in the shops at the moment, aren't they? Everywhere,
Yeah,
these sorts
everywhere.
of bags. So people keep sending me photographs of ones they've seen in the shop. So I thought, well, I can design something.
So it's 20. This one, I mean, obviously depends on your tension a little, but give you a rough guide. It's 23 inches wide and 16 inches high. Hannah says, is it suitable for a beginner? Because she'd like to do one.
Yes, definitely. That is the great thing about granny squares, because you make a number of squares and then you join it together.
Cool.
So it's very accessible for a beginner, definitely.
Now, there's 4 different colourways, we'll show you in a minute, but some of them have got different handles.
They have. So in the pattern, I've designed it and written the pattern to include the crochet handles.
Right, which
then,
mine has got here.
Yeah, and also mine.
And yours has got the crochet handles.
So you've got that written into the pattern,
Yeah.
but then as usual I got a bit carried away and also experimented with another couple of types of handles.
Okay.
So you've got I can't take any credit for this one actually. This is my lovely friend Terry Ann, who always makes a sample for me. And when she was doing this one, which is called the Beach Vibes bag.
The Beach Vibes.
It's very beachy.
Yeah, so the kits do not include the rope.
They don't include the rope. So Terry Ann said to me, I've got this great idea, I want to make rope handles. And I just thought that's genius.
Yeah, it is.
So it works so well. So she bought herself some rope, which you can get from an ironmonger's or
okay.
online.
All right, so
just
nothing
literally rope
fancy.
you use for other things.
Yeah.
And then some eyelets, which I think she got online. But I'm not sure if you do them on Sewing Street. I thought you might do. So she just did that, and I just thought it looked fabulous.
It does look fab,
It's
doesn't
just
it?
literally poked through from the other side with a knot in it.
Oh,
So-
it's brilliant. I love that. And then this one.
Yeah, then the Mellow Vibes bag, which is my very 60s bag. with
Look
its
at that one.
browns. That's got the bamboo handles, which are from the Sewing Street website.
Oh, okay.
So I just thought it's nice to have options. And as I say, people are always sending me through photographs of things they've seen in the shops. And some of the ones in the shops have crochet handles, and then some have other handles. So I thought, why not have the option? So the pattern includes the instructions for all 3 handles.
Right, okay.
But
But
so
if
not
you
included in the kit, the other handles.
Obviously.
But the pattern includes the instructions for all of them.
Okay. Right, let's go through the colourways now. So, which one shall I start with? Which one? The grey one. So, is this the most popular? Most popular is this one. Feel the vibes, sunny vibes. They are sunny, very sunny vibes. So in this kit, well, you get all the yarn you need, obviously. So you've got grey for the background, and then you've got sunny colours like red and, oh, that's like watermelon colour, isn't it? And lime and yellow and purple. And full instructions, everything you need to make this bag's all in there. But yes, how are you going to choose? Is this one is the most popular so far? But you know what it's like? It changes. It changed last time, didn't it?
It did. As the show went on, it kept changing for the ponchos.
Show, it just kept changing as to which was the most popular. So that's the sunny one. Which one shall I do next, Hannah? That's called Retro Vibes. So in Retro Vibes, single figures of this one. So in this one we've got, I'm looking at the colours you've got.
Yeah, you've got a turquoise.
Oh, I like that colour.
Mustard.
Is that mustard?
They call it mustard, but it's
that kind of
bit more zingy than a
colour.
mustard, isn't it?
It's got a bit of green in it.
Yeah, it's definitely got that kind of tone
So
to
you've
it.
got black as the background, obviously the full instructions, and you've got red, pink, green, mustard and blue. So that's for Retro Vibes. That matches your poncho.
It does, doesn't it? I can see I like these colourways.
The bleach one, the one that Sam showed us that had the rope handles, becoming limited rapidly. So this one has got, I love the colours in this one. So the background is this, I don't know what they call them because I'm rubbish at describing colour. Denim, yeah, of course it is. So the background is like the denim blue. There's 2 balls of that. Obviously remember the instructions are in the bag. And then all of the other colours, so you've got like a marine blue, a light blue, and limey green, yellow and white. They work so well together. It's really fresh. I love that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Single figures of that one. And then finally, and I think actually this is my favourite, which wasn't until you, because you only put that one on, was
I
it
only
yesterday?
just finished it yesterday, or Saturday morning I finished it, yeah.
And then this one, mellow vibes. So Sam only put the picture on yesterday, and I decided that the beach one was my favourite.
Oh really?
Absolutely. And then I saw this
And
one,
then
and actually I love that one.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's really nice, isn't it? But you see, you could use them, like that one could be a beach bag, this could be your knitting bag.
Exactly, yeah, definitely.
It doesn't, it's what you use it for, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that. I think and it looks like someone's knitting bag, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
I love that one. So that's Mellow Vibes. And in that one, you get the background colour. What's that called then?
It's called Shadow.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so it's sort of
Shadow.
a grey brown.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is a grey. Yeah, it's not slate.
No.
Shadow. That's lovely. There's 2 balls of that and the instructions, and then you've got some beautiful, really well. They are mellow colours, aren't they? You've got like gold.
That one's called Cookie.
Cookie. I'm going to test you.
That
now.
one's called Koala.
Obviously.
Antique.
Antique.
Coral, I think. Antique coral, I think. And that one's cinnamon.
And cinnamon.
Yeah, so obviously
oh,
rolled
this is
by
like
me, you get all 50
this is
grams
like
of
cake
those.
vibes.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Cake vibes.
Yeah.
So those are all the colours you get in that one. So you just got to choose. That's the difficult. But as I said, you can use different bags for different things, whether they're a beach. Oh, Hannah's changed her mind. You said, Hannah, we're going to do this at the end. No, right. Right, so we've now, because I said there was a special surprise with the ponchos, we've got lots of people asking about them now. So.
Okay.
So we will move on to the bag demo in just a moment. We will do that, but we got to do the ponchos first. So we have 4 poncho kits. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the I've just dropped one of my things. Arcade is the one that Sam is wearing. Yes, she is wearing. That's why we're getting lots of people asking.
Yeah.
So this is the Arcade poncho kit. Now, obviously, everything is in all the yarn you need. I'm not going to get it all out, but it's. Do you know what date you demoed this?
Oh gosh, I think it was around May or June last year, but I can certainly find it and put it on the fans page later. I'll definitely find the link and put it on the fans page.
May or
May or
idea.
June last year, I think, because it's really summery. It's made from cotton.
Yeah, so it is. It's gorgeous. It is all crocheted in 100% cotton. So in the kit, you get the little bag that has all the yarn you need and full instructions, and they are really good. And it is cotton yarn, so it's perfect for the summer. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful weight. I mean, it's a double knit, but it's just beautiful, and the colours are lovely. But it makes quite a difference when you crochet with cotton yarn. You will notice it. So, special treat. The price is normally £44.50, and until midnight tonight, we are dropping the price by 20%, which is massive. £35.60, and that is the kit. That's everything you need to create it. It's all in there. And that the festival one is the one that Sam is wearing. Festival.
It would,
I think
it would
of it
be
as festival.
brilliant for a festival.
It would be.
Yeah.
Yes,
and you've got that
arcade.
pom-pom edging. It's just so fun.
It is. Yes, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? Saving £8.90 on that kit, and it is lovely. It's really lovely. Love this one. But the cotton is nice, isn't it?
It's so lovely to wear. I'd forgotten, to be honest, because I haven't worn this recently. And I put it on, well, I tried it on last night to make sure it still fitted okay. And I thought, it's just so comfortable to wear. It's lovely. It's got such a nice drape. It feels different.
Yeah, it's not sort of
to
thick,
acrylic.
is it?
No, and it's cosy. That's the only way I can put it, really, because it's really soft, the cotton, and it just drapes so nicely. So I was, I kind of
and you look lovely
fell in love
in it.
with it again. I was
Good,
like,
and you look
lovely. I must
in
wear
it.
that more.
And you do need to wear it more often.
Thank you.
I think it's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
So that will only be till midnight tonight, that 20% off. So if you want to get the kit, it is wonderful. And we haven't had it on air for a while, so a little bit of a treat. Right, but we have other colourways as well. The blue one, the surf one. Now, a friend of mine bought this one because she wanted to make it for her daughter. And we talked it through it quite a lot, and she watched your YouTube over and over, and she did it.
Did she?
She did it,
That's
and
great.
she gave it to her, and it was all. And she finished it. I think she wanted to give it to her for Christmas, but she finished it before. And then I said, "Why are you giving it to her early?" She goes, "I just had to give it to her." And she absolutely
so excited
loved
to
it.
have finished it, probably.
I know, and she hasn't been crocheting long at all.
Oh, that's brilliant to hear. How lovely.
I taught her the basics.
Okay.
That was it.
Yeah.
And then she bought the kit and she made it for her daughter and looked fab in it. This is the surf one. There are only 4 available. Look at the colours. Look at the colours in that one. So you kind of background, there's a picture. The background colour is likely a navy blue, and then you've just got the other 2 colours, like a mid and a light blue, and then the green, which really makes the blue stand out in a way. That was the one my friend bought. Love that one. Saving £8. Over £8 indeed. Over £8. But if you get the kit now, it'll be ready for the summer. I'm just deciding which one I'm wanting. That one's going to sell out, so I obviously can't have that one. Right. Ice cream. Again, this one is very close to selling out. And again, we're taking 20% off, so it will be £35.60. So your background colour on this one, I'm going to see what they called it, is a crew. So this really is your ice cream poncho. And then the other 3 colours are ice creams. Isn't that pretty? Like that one. So you've got pale pink, pale blue, and pistachio. Is it called? No, it's called sage. It's pistachio. It should be pistachio, shouldn't it? Because it's ice cream. Lovely, lovely colours. So that's ice cream. Yeah, more people have this in their basket than we have in stock. So you need to get that one done now. And then the final colour choice is mermaid. See, this is since I've forgotten what all the colours were.
I know, it's funny, isn't it? I can't believe
I know, how can I have forgotten? Because we spend so long talking about these and working out what the colours are. And then I just couldn't remember. So this is mermaid. So your background, I remember now, is this sort of silvery with silvery grey. And then the 3 colours in this, they're really bright colours. You've got this lovely bright pink, and then you've got purple and opal, like a turquoisey colour. 20% off this one as well, only till midnight though, or until stocks last. But then it will go back up again. So £35.60, and it's beautiful. You've got the main colour is this the silvery colour. And then you've got all the others. Then you can do that lovely, like a pom-pom fringe.
It's a pom-pom, yeah.
And
it's
you
just
crochet that, it's
lovely.
not a sewn on one.
You crochet that, yeah, so you just work around the edging. So obviously all the instructions are in the kit, in the pattern, but I did demonstrate it on the show, as I remember doing the pom-pom. So
it's gorgeous.
I'll find the link and put it on the fans page later.
Yes, so we were going to do it later, but then lots of you asked, you're just too impatient. There are other kits on the Sewing Street website that will have 20% taken off them as well. So, but if you've checked out already and you've already bought them and you think you've paid the high price, don't worry. When you are charged, you will be charged the lower price. I promise. But we will come to those. But we're going to go to the bag first. We just had to do the ponchos just in case. Otherwise, people were nagging Hannah. She can't. She bows to the pressure. So where do we start with this?
Okay.
Do we start with the square?
We do. We start with the square. So the nice thing about this, I was going through the poncho pattern as well, making sure I could remember how to make it. It's been a while.
And I'll stand over in
the poncho and the bag, and also the dream catchers, which I believe are on the Sewing Street website today.
Yes. Yes,
They also start in the same way. So all 3 of those projects are constructed in the same way, because you're basically starting with a circle. So for the bag, which I'll start on the demo for,
I have to show the
you
bags.
start with a circle that you then turn into a square, and that's how you make your granny square.
Okay.
And for the dream catcher, if I go like that, can you see it? Yes. It's obviously just a circle, a mandala shape, which you then attach to your hoop. And for the poncho, you've got these main squares that you then turn into a square. So they start with circles with a mandala type shape, and then you turn them into a square. So the same techniques for all of them.
Right.
So I can demonstrate, when I demonstrate the bag, I can also refer to them. So that's quite helpful.
Fabulous.
I obviously use those techniques quite a lot. So obviously in style, I like that kind of mandala look.
Which bag? Oh, right. The black bag. There we go.
Looks so great, all those colours
The
together,
Spring
don't
Vibes
they?
bag. Gorgeous. Sam's favourite, that one.
Yeah, I'll be using that a lot.
Have you? What are you using yours for then?
I think it's project bag, really.
Yeah, I think so. Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be, does
No,
it?
I mean, the beach bag would so definitely be used on the beach.
Yes.
I mean, I can't use that one because it's Terry Ann's. I'll have to give it back to her.
That's a shame.
Yeah. And Claire made the Sunny Vibes one, just to mention her while I'm talking about people making samples.
Oh, okay.
So
And did
thank
you make
Claire.
this one then?
I made that
The mellow
one
one?
and the retro one, yeah. So I
Oh.
have two to use, so I can choose what to use them
That's
for.
gorgeous, that one, though.
It is lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's
shall I-
start at the very beginning.
Okay, so you're starting with a chain, and as I say, this start is going to be the same for all of them. So you start with a chain of 4.
Hang on, there you go.
That's it. So a chain of 4. Let's come over a bit. Which you're then going to slip stitch into the first of those chains. So you need to find the chain that's right next to the knot, and then you're going to put your hook under that chain, just under that loop there, and then you grab the yarn and you pull it back through that loop you just went under and the loop on your hook, and you've made a slip stitch, and that has made a tiny, tiny circle. So find the centre of your circle. And if you think that you might struggle to find that as you go along because you're going to make a lot of stitches into that, then you could use a stitch marker to mark it. So if you think, oh, I'm not sure where my stitches are going to go, you could put a stitch marker in there. I'll find my stitch markers in a minute and show. I got them out earlier. Oh, look, I've just flung a bit of wool across the room. Did you see that? Oh, hang on, there's one handily on my poncho. Okay.
You probably put that on there for something.
I probably did when I was demonstrating. So put your stitch marker in the centre. If you're new, certainly this would be helpful for you. If you haven't done any crochet before or you're just starting out, and then you're ready to go and you know where all your stitches will go. So then you're going to chain 3 in the air, and that chain 3 becomes your first pretend treble. And then you're going to make trebles into this ring, into the hole that we've put the stitch marker in. So you're going to put yarn over and then go into that hole and then grab the yarn, your working yarn from behind with your hook and put it back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook. And then you grab the yarn and come through 2, leaving 2 loops, and grab the yarn and come through 2. So you've then got your chain 3 and your 1 treble that you've made. So you're going to continue that. We're going to make 10 more trebles, so that in total with this chain 3 and all your other 11 trebles, you've got 12 stitches altogether. So yarn over, back in, pull back through, 3 loops on your hook, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And that's where having this stitch marker is quite helpful if you're new to crochet, because it just shows you exactly where to put your stitches. And I tend to work around, as well as working around the chain, I pull this tail around as well. It's just a little tip and work around there. So it tucks the tail away, and it also means that you can then pull it afterwards and it will tighten up any hole you've got in the centre. So you're working in, you're aiming to have made 11 trebles plus your chain 3, and I've completely lost count, so I can show you how to count. So what you need to do is you need to work on finding these posts that you've made. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and your chain 3 is 10, so I just need 2 more. And just do double check. It's worth having a little check to make sure you've got your 12, because you will, when you come to make it into a square, you'll need your repeat of 12 because
Right,
you need to get it even. So just a double check and a count is always worthwhile. And then you're going to, I'm taking the stitch marker out because I've done all my stitches in there. And then you're going to slip stitch in the third of this first 3 chain that you made. So you count up, you've got 1, 2, 3 loops, 3 little chains that you made, and it's the one at the top. So you push your hook through that chain there, like so, and for a slip stitch you're grabbing the yarn and you're bringing it back through there and straight through the loop on your hook. And then you're ready to fasten off. And all I do to fasten off, I don't slip stitch again or tie any knots. I just pull my loop on my hook up to stretch it up, and then I snip it at the top. And then I know I've got this length of yarn. Oops, put it down so you can see. I've got this length of yarn to weave in at the end. And then if you want to pull this a bit tighter to close that hole up, you can. So that's the centre.
Perfect.
That's the centre of the square. I've just got one just to give you a bit of context. So this is this central bit here. So the colourways, all the descriptions are in there of which order to do your colours in. If you want to, you can obviously do
that's
random
the
if you like.
centre of this bag, isn't it?
Yes, so that's this one here.
Oh, okay.
So you'll
The blue bag is sold out, so he can stay at the back.
People want their beach
I
bags
know, he
because
is
we've had
gorgeous.
nice weather.
Yes. The mellow vibes has only got one left.
Oh, that's it.
That's the one I liked. Sam is working with the
This is the
Spring.
sunny vibes.
Sunny
vibes.
vibes.
Yes, yeah.
Sam is working with sunny vibes.
These colours are so sunny. I was so
Single
pleased.
figures of the sunny vibes.
I sent the all the balls of yarn over to Claire, and then when she started making them, she sent me photographs. I was like, it is so sunshine.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Well, I like the fact you've used grey in the background as well.
Yeah.
Because I would have thought, if sunny, I would have gone for one of these colours, but the grey works brilliantly.
Just makes them stand out. They're so zingy, and this green here, this apple, it's just lovely.
It is, no,
They're
it's
really
gorgeous.
fun to work with because of such lovely
And
colours.
it makes you think of the English sky, doesn't it?
It does. At sunset, maybe.
Yeah, grey.
Yeah, well, the grey does
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
It was foggy driving up here.
It really was, wasn't it? Really, yeah. But it's just always grey, isn't it? Even if it's blue, it's grey.
That's true. Okay, so shall I move on to
Yeah,
the
no,
second
carry on,
round?
carry on.
So this, obviously I'm demonstrating the square for the Vibes bag.
Yes.
But you use this same technique for the dream catcher.
Okay.
And for the poncho, you start in the centre. It's a different stitch, but I will demonstrate that stitch in a minute when I do this one. But you also
on
start
screen
in the
is
centre.
the kit for the poncho that Sam is wearing. So you know the arcade.
Yeah, it's great.
Because
Isn't it? I love
they're
it.
all based on seasides.
Yeah, that was Seaside Holidays. Always like a theme.
No, but yeah,
I like
really
a theme.
Good. And remember, these are 20% off for today and
It
today
is a
only.
bargain.
Get one made for the festival season or someone you know.
What colour am I on now? Wrong colour. I want the coral now. Okay, so then when you come to start your second round, shall I just fold that up a bit?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I put it there so we could see what colour we and where.
You're going to join it in any of the stitches from your first round. So I'll just wait for the camera. So you are going to find any of those little V's and pop your hook underneath the V. So get your colour ready. So it will tell you on the pattern which colour to use. I've got the coral. And then just slide your hook underneath any of the V's of the stitches. Put a loop of your new colour on that hook and pull it through. And keep the loop pulled through. And then just make one chain to join it. And that just secures it. So that's how I always change colour when I'm joining. And then you're going to do that pretend first treble. So that's your chain 3 in the air. And I like to put a stitch marker sometimes through that third one. So if you're new to crochet, it can be a little bit tricky when you come all the way back round the round and you're looking for where the third of that 3 chain is.
That's a really good tip because I never do that and I sort of fudge it a bit.
Well, jab it through is an expression I may have used in the past, and that works for me.
No, but when it says, I always say
yeah.
go into the third and you go,
Where's that third?
I think that's it.
So the third is basically the bit that the yarn is coming out of. So where you've got your yarn on your hook, if you pull that, you see the yarn coming through the chain and out the other side, and that is exactly where you want to put your stitch marker.
Not through the hoop on the loop on the chain.
not through the loop on the
which
hook.
is what I probably would have done. I hate counting.
So for this round, you're doing 2 trebles in the same stitch. So we're now doing another treble in that same stitch, and then do a chain 1 in the air, and then 2 trebles in the next stitch. So this is a nice simple round, 2 trebles in one stitch, chain 1, 2 trebles in the next, and you continue that repeat all the way around. So 2 trebles, chain 1. I'll just go do a few more so you can see how it starts to shape. So 2 trebles, chain 1, and you can see it's just building it up. I think this looks like rays of the sun now, so you've got this bit here.
Yeah.
Or quite floral as well. So you'll go all the way around doing that. You've got that simple repeat, 2 trebles, chain 1. Let's just go to the end so I can demonstrate that slip stitch again. So 2 trebles, chain 1.
So do you count them as you go along, or do you just...
I think if you're really careful in the first round and you've set that up that you've got, you've definitely got your 12, you don't really need to.
Okay,
so
it's getting it right to start with.
I think it's getting it right to start with, really. If you miscount in round 1, or you're not 100% confident in your count, then it is worth checking. Because what you want now, obviously, is 12 groups of 2 trebles, and if you haven't got that, again, it throws out the count at the end. But as I say, if you're sure that you got your 12 in the first round, then really you should end up with your 12 here. It can be a bit tricky going over that slip stitch, though, working over the slip stitch from the round before. So just if you want to count it to be sure, then you can. So I've just come round to the end. I've finished with a chain 1, and just to show you, look, there's my stitch marker, making it nice and easy. So I'm going to put my hook through. Now, I can either go under 1 strand, but I actually do like to go under 2 strands of yarn. So if I just pull them there, you can see I've gone through. Can I just put it that way? Yes, I've just gone underneath 2 strands there. Hang on, if I separate them just to show you. And that just makes it a little bit more secure. Pull the yarn back through and through the loop on your hook. And that's that round completed. Fasten it off. So after that, the next 2 rounds are actually very similar. You're working around making trebles. So what I've done in terms of making sure I've got the demonstration time is I've gone ahead and done the next 2 rounds of this one. Because I'd like to demonstrate the next round, which is a cluster, and also to hopefully, if I've got time, show you how to turn it into a square, basically. So for the next round, so what I've done, as I say, I've just demonstrated the second round, but the third round is very similar. You're just working 3 trebles, so you join it as I did before, but in the chain 1 space, and then you're making 3 trebles in every space around, and then the following round is 4 trebles. So that's, if you watch back on the demonstration for the second round, that will help you with rounds 3 and 4. And then when you get to the end of round 4, you're then adding a round of 2 treble clusters, is what the stitch is called. So this is a really nice one to demonstrate because it's also in the poncho. So there's a lot of clusters in the poncho. So
yeah, but they're lovely, aren't they? It almost gives them like a flower.
Yes, it's like petals of a flower,
yes,
isn't it? Yeah. Actually, I've got one. Is it confusing if I show this now? But
no,
I've got this is
that's the blue
poncho from the poncho. And just to show you the effect of the clusters, you get it joins it. It does make it a bit more petal-like. So I'll show you how to make them in a moment. But just to show you, and then this is a bigger cluster here. So I'm going to demonstrate those now. And just bear in mind that's what's used in the poncho.
Right.
So it just gives it a little bit more of a petal shape, which I really like.
So that blue one is about to sell out, 20% off. So if you want it, you need to get it in your basket and check out very quickly. And the one that Sam is wearing is the festival poncho. No, it's not called that, is it? It's the arcade. Why can't I get that right?
It so should be worn at a festival. I don't go to festivals. I must go to a festival this year. So is there a crochet festival I can sign up for?
I don't know, but we could start one.
We should, yeah. Okay, so let's get on to that round now. So you're going to join your next colour. So this is round 5. Ooh, trying to be helpful. And you're going to put your hook through the gap between the 4 trebles. So you can see they look like little shell stitches really. So you want to find a gap between 2 sets of 4 trebles. And then again, pull through a loop of your new colour and then make 1 chain. And then again, start with a chain 3 and then 1 treble. So we're not doing a cluster to start with because this is like a pretend cluster. So there's a kind of a technical design reason why you have to do that. So don't worry about that one too much. This is just a chain 3 and a treble. And then you chain 2 in the air, and now I'm going to do a treble. No, I'm not. I'm going to do a cluster in the same space. So it's called a 2 treble cluster. So the trick with a cluster is that you're joining trebles together to make a stitch.
Right.
So it's still trebles, but we're kind of in familiar territory with the trebles, but we're joining a group of them together. And with this one, we're joining 2 together, so it's a 2 treble cluster.
So you use trebles normal, but they're just joined.
Yes,
right.
Exactly. So you're starting a treble, so let me demonstrate. So yarn over, into that space, pull your yarn back through, like when you start a treble, yarn over through 2, which leaves 2 loops on your hook. So you've started the treble, but you haven't finished it. Instead, you put yarn over again and you start a second treble by going back in that same space, pulling the yarn back through. So because you didn't finish the treble before, you've now got 4 loops on your hook. So then you grab the yarn and come through 2 of those, which leaves you with 3 loops. And then you finish it off by grabbing the yarn and coming through all 3. So you've done 2 little posts, but you've only got 1 V at the top. So you've joined 2 little treble posts together with 1 stitch. And so when you come to do the poncho, there's bigger clusters in there as well, where you might then do a 3rd and a 4th, which I can demonstrate if we have time later if you'd like me to. So then you do chain 2 again, and then you're going to hop over to the next gap between groups of 4 and do another cluster in there. So start it like a treble. When you've got 2 loops on your hook, go yarn over again, back in, and start your second treble. And then yarn over through all 3. So chain 2 again, and another cluster in the same place. So yarn over into that space, pull back through.
So it gives it a slightly gathered look at the top,
it does
doesn't
gather it together. In fact, it's exactly what you would do for a decrease, but that would be across 2 stitches. So you might have come across them when you do decreases. And it gives it, I think, kind of a leafy look for that final round before we turn it into a square. So the thing to bear in mind with clusters is it's like you're starting trebles, but then you're joining together at the top.
Okay.
Okay, so that's how you continue around, and then you'll have your finished one. And then you need to add, I'm just going to get a ball of wool I dropped on the floor.
Hannah's just disappeared.
Yes, under the table. Okay, and then you've got your final round where you're going to shape it into it. It's not your final round, in fact there's 2 more, but now you've got a shaping round. You do 2 rounds in the main colour. So what you do to start with is you're going to join it between 2 groups of 2 clusters. So there's a photograph in the pattern, and I'll just show you now. Make sure you join it. Because you've got your chain 2 gaps, you've got chain 2 here, and you've got chain 2 between the clusters. So this is the place where you join it. Just makes it look a bit nicer, is the starting point. So between 2 groups of 2, and as I say, there's a photograph in the pattern, so that would point you in the right direction. So you're joining in here, same way of joining as before. And then you're going to do a chain 3, so you're going to do, that's a pretend treble, and then 2 trebles in that space. And then you're hopping into the next chain 2 space, and you're doing half trebles in there. So for half trebles, it's yarn over into that space, pull the yarn back through. So just like you start a treble, but when you've got your 3 loops on your hook, you're going to grab the yarn and come through all 3 of them. So it's a shorter stitch than a treble, and you do 3 of those. And then you're hopping into the next chain 2 space, another 3 half trebles. So yarn over into the space, pull back through, yarn over through all 3. and then into the next space. So you've got a set of 3 trebles, 3 half trebles, and now in the next one you're doing another set of 3 trebles. So this is all really carefully explained in the pattern. So don't
You
worry,
haven't got to remember any of this.
keep up with it. Yeah. But just what I want to do really is show you how that makes it straight,
Yes.
especially if I hold it straight. There you go. So you've got it straightening off that edge, so you're making a side of the square. And then into the next chain 2 gap, you're going to make double trebles. So this is going to be a corner. So for a double treble, you put yarn over twice, and then you go into the gap, pull the yarn back through, and that gives you 4 loops on your hook. And then you approach it like a treble, so grab the yarn and come through 2 of them, grab the yarn and come through another 2, grab the yarn and come through the final 2. So a double treble is a much taller stitch.
Right,
and you're going to do
get around the corner.
Exactly, so you're going to do 3 of those. So the key with the double treble is to yarn over twice before you go in. And then you're going to chain 2 to make a corner space, and then another 3 double trebles in the same space. So this is making the first corner of the square. Whoops, it helps if you keep the loops on your hook. Okay, so you can see how I've got a straight edge there. Again, let's just turn it. Straight edge, corner, and then I'm going to work along now and straighten up the next edge.
Yeah, so the corner is like longer and bigger to fill in the hole.
Exactly. It's like it's a bit mathematical, really.
Yeah.
It's the way you
Do you sort of
shape
play with it quite a lot and think, oh, that's
Yeah.
not enough and that's too many?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, and shall I try a different stitch in there? And yeah, several, very much trial and error. I mean, obviously I've done quite a lot of patterns like this now, so that helps. So as I said, with the poncho, the shaping is very similar.
Yes, true,
So,
but it must be different with like different yarn as well.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
How it works.
And look, this one's got double crochets in as well, so you do have to play about to get the shape of it. But
right.
yeah, but again,
we have to do the dream catchers now. Just so we introduce them. Shall I take them off the wall? So we have 2 kits. We just need to introduce them to you. What is this one called?
Sunset.
Sunset.
That was my second show. I think I did those on. So that's a real test for me.
There you go. Sunset. So what's the difference with this then? I guess you're just doing one rather than lots of them. Is it similar to what you've done?
Yes, very similar. So this one starts exactly the same in the centre with your 11 trebles plus your chain 3, and then you've got some clusters in there, and you've got some groups of 3 trebles and groups of different groups of trebles. So in fact, using the demonstration I just did, you can work the pattern.
And what sort of yarn is this?
That is cotton. I've got some with me. It's Sheepies or Shapies Katona.
Okay, I have got the kits here.
Of course, yeah, and you also get the hoop and the beads in the kit.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so it's a lot of fun to make, and it doesn't take especially long because.
So again, really good for beginners.
Yeah, really good, and yeah, such a lot of fun.
So and in the kit you get the hoop.
You get the hoop. So I think it's a 23 centimetre hoop.
Instructions, obviously.
I was going through the instructions earlier. They're so detailed. There's photographs for every single step.
These balls are so cute. Look. Sorry, this is the I'm now doing the rainbow. Sorry, I've got the wrong kit. But look at the balls of yarn. No, you don't have to look at that one. I've confused Hannah by starting one and then finishing another. Should have noticed. So in the sunshine kit then, the sunset, taking 20% off that one. Look at that, they're so cute, aren't they? So this is now being reduced to $19.99. So this is a brilliant present for someone. If you know someone who wants to start crocheting but needs something quite simple to do, but something that they'll love.
Yeah, just a really fun. It's not going to take hours.
Because you know, everyone goes to start with the granny
few
square
weeks
and you
and
think,
just-
well, what am I
yeah.
going to do with that?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you don't always want to start with the whole granny square project.
No, that's
But this
it.
is quite a nice thing to start with, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, it's
so
just lovely.
you get everything you need. You get the hoop, you get all the beads, and look at these baby balls. They're so sweet, aren't they? Really nice. And then the other one, almost put that one back in there. No, that one goes in.
That's
I'm in the right one.
That's it.
That's why I was going wrong. And then the other one is this one, the rainbow one. Beautiful, isn't it? Hang it in your window, take it on holiday, hang it in your tent.
Yeah.
And then you
Go to the festival.
go to the
crochet
festival, hang it on the back of your backpack. Hang it in your bedroom to catch the dreams. That's what the point is, isn't it? It's lovely decoration. Really, that's what people do, is hang them on the wall. But you could hang them anywhere. Baby balls of rainbow coloured yarn and rainbow beads as well. Everything you need to make it with very beginner-friendly instructions. Really nice present. Take this opportunity while it's 20% off, because it will only be till midnight. If you want to get ahead with some of your present buying, it's like, I've got so-and-so's birthday in 3 months' time. Get ahead and get it now, because they will love it. That one's about to sell out. Okay, we've got 5 minutes left of demo.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. What should I do?
In your last 5 minutes. Well,
you
you
want
can
me
go through you can finish that bit
Do you want me
off.
to continue
Yeah,
with
why
the
not? 'Cause,
bag?
that's
or-
yes.
Yeah, rather than
yes.
start one of the others. As I say, the techniques are so similar. So and you've got the
That one's sold out now.
Oh, has it?
Yes.
Oh, how lovely.
So the only colourway left
oh, that's my one.
is Sam's favourite.
Yeah.
I lost last time.
Yeah, that's true.
But it is single figures. So,
Okay.
yeah, so we'll do that 5 minutes, then we'll talk about scarves.
Okay, brilliant. Well, really, one thing I do want to show you is the joining, because I've had a few people message me. I did touch on it with the poncho last week.
Yeah.
If I just finish what I've got to say about this, turning it into a square. So you're just working around, so you then start a repeat in the fact that you're going to do 3 trebles in the next, and I'll just do a little bit more to show you. And then you're onto your half trebles, so you've got your 3 sets of 3 half trebles. And it just shapes it really nicely. You get immediately on this round, you get a square. Whoops, that should be a half treble. So 3 sets of 3 half trebles, a set of trebles, and then again you're onto the corner with your double trebles. So just to show you that you've got that shaping coming already, so you can see. And
Yeah.
you can block them if you're not 100% happy with it, if you think I want it a bit more square. And then you've still got a 7th round to go, and the 7th round is doing trebles into each of the gaps between the groups of 3. So it'll be 3 trebles, much like with a granny square.
Okay.
3 trebles in every gap, and that again, that shapes it even more. But you can block them on your blocking board if you think you want them sitting even nicer. I didn't block the brown one, I did block the black. I don't think they look any different to each other.
This is
So
a blocking board. Sam and I both own one of these.
We do love them.
We love
Get
them.
used a lot.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely perfect.
yeah, really
I need to
handy.
put it down there. They're really good because you can damp your squares, stretch them out to shape, and they come with these wooden pins on the bottom, and then you use those for making it exactly the size you want. So they are great because you use them time and time again.
Yeah.
And you can stack them. That's what I love about them. It's not one square
Yeah, no,
at a
you
time.
imagine that you can just put one square on at a time, but you can stack them all up, and you can be inventive with filling it up, I put 2 sets of squares next to each other, so I use the post twice
Yes,
for the
so
middle
do I.
one.
Yeah.
So you get a lot of
And then they stagger, don't they?
so I've got all of the bag squares on in one
Wow.
go and dried them
And
in
then
the
I'm in front of the
sunshine.
radiator in the winter. Like, come on, dry.
Yeah, and last week I was like, I'm putting them out in the sun. It's amazing. It's such a lovely weather.
Right, we've only got a few minutes left.
Okay. Have I got time to demonstrate a join?
Very quickly.
Very quickly. Okay, so When you come to join squares together, you can sew them, you can do it in lots of different ways, but the most straightforward way that I like to do it is to double crochet it. So this will go for any of the squares, so for the poncho I'm wearing or for the bags. So you need to join your yarn, you put your 2 squares right sides facing on top of each other. So you're looking at the back of both. And then put your hook through the corner space. Join your colour like I just showed you lots of times. Pull the yarn through, chain 1 and make a double crochet in the same space. The important thing to remember is you're working through both squares. And then you're just going to go through the top of the V on the front square and the consecutive V, the stitch behind on the back square. So I'm going under 4 strands there. Pull the yarn back through all 4 and make a double crochet, so yarn over and through both those loops. And the same thing again under the next stitch. So just remember you're working through both squares, find the posts that match up and go underneath both V's, so 4 strands of yarn all together and make your double crochet. And you just work along and you'll find, I think with both the poncho and the bag, there's no chain 1 spaces, it's literally just going into every stitch all the way along through both stitches on both squares. And I find that the quickest, most efficient, fun way to join. It
feels strong.
It does as well.
Feels strong.
It does feel strong. And if you're the sort of person that likes working over your ends as you go, if you've got any ends left, you can go over those as well. So,
marvellous.
Win-win.
So finally, I've got to quickly do the In Vogue scarves. Now these scarves were designed by you to, the green one, inspired by incredibly expensive ones in designer shops.
There was an article in Vogue magazine showing lots of different crochet items, but one of them was a scarf
the green
just
one.
like that.
And how much was it?
£350,
right.
I think. Designer shop was selling them.
So £300, but for you, $21.99. But today and today only, $17.59. Now it's available in different colourways as well. I know I've only got 2 minutes left. There's green, grey and blue. I bought these kits for my daughter, my niece and my mum for Christmas. They all made them really easy and now they've got £300 worth. Okay, so thanks Sam for
You're
today.
welcome.
It's been
Thanks
fun.
for having
Sorry, it's been
me.
just gone like such a rush.
Lot to cover.
Lovely to have you. When will you be here next?
May the 9th.
Okay.
A little break, so
Lovely.
I'll be back in
All
May.
right, May the 9th. It'd be lovely to see you. Thank you so much.
Lovely to see you as
bags
well.
are gorgeous, obviously.
Oh, thank you.
Obviously. So thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. Coming up tomorrow, who have we got presenting? Who's presenting? Stuart's presenting tomorrow. At 8 o'clock, we've got the Moda Astra Star fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Okara's in with the Yoga Saito Rooster Cushion. That sounds like it might be Shashko. And I don't know, what is the Yoga Saito? Right, it's all Japanese inspired fabrics. And then at 10 o'clock, is the Yoga Saito fabrics. They're Japanese. It's a whole Japanese day, isn't it? At 11 o'clock, Kara's back with the Yoga Saito Sewing Room Sampler Quilt. And at 12 o'clock, it's bag making kits and must-haves. So if you love a bag making kit, tomorrow is your day at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much for joining me today. I will be back, actually in a couple of weeks I'm on holiday next week. I'm going to Wales. Ooh, I'm going to Wales next week. So I will see you back in a couple of weeks. Thank you for joining me today. It has been a pleasure and I hope you love the bags that you bought from Sam. I will see you very, very soon.